Hello, hello. Welcome, everybody, to the Thursday stream. It's a big one today. I am very much looking forward to the things we're doing today because we've got a lot of exciting stuff to talk about and also play ourselves. It's a big day for Master Duel. So we are going to be returning to Master Duel, even though I was very occupied and very, my mind was very focused on TCG earlier this week, of course, because of that latest ban list that I was really hyped for and still am. There's still going to be a lot of TCG going on in the next couple of weeks here, but today we are going to check out some of the things that are happening in Master Duel at the moment because it is a pretty big day. We got the new ban list in effect. We've got a new pack with a lot of interesting stuff. I haven't looked at it in all details yet. We're going to do that later. We're also going to open some packs from the new set and then see what exactly we're trying to build with it. We also got some very exciting new cards. From what I've heard. I haven't read the cards yet, but apparently they've announced the new lore archetype that is following the Diabellstar lore archetype. And of course, that is something that is expected to be pretty relevant when we look at recent years in Yu-Gi-Oh! So gonna take a look at those cards, but first things first, in order to give everyone enough time to assemble, we're gonna quickly do some warming up and then we're gonna hop right in. I think we're gonna have plenty of stuff to do today. So yeah. Shifter is my waifu. Thank you for the prime. I appreciate you. Flemish and Palsy, thank you so much for the subs as well. Welcome, welcome. Make yourself comfortable. We're warming up and then we're getting right into the good stuff today. This feels familiar. Is this Jaugen? No, that's Tsukuyomi. Yeah. Morganite is part of the Diabell lore? What? Really? Well, I've seen that they've announced a new Morganite card, but I haven't read it yet. I haven't opened another tab. We're gonna look at it in a second, but they connected them? The hell? How does that make sense? I know this thing. It's like the soldier vanilla. Science soldier. Zolga. Is that the pot flip monster? No, it's anti-spell. Oh god. It is one of those. Okay. This also feels familiar. Oh, the Dreadroot. Wicked. This is the fusion replacement, dude. The Versago. Yeah. Manticore of Darkness. A very cool looking card, dude. Skarm. Sweet Revenge. Twilight Ninja. Okay, yeah, not familiar with that one. This one. Ancient Gear Fusion. Oh. Gives me Ghost Trick vibes. Ghost Trick Scare, is that a thing? Yeah. No. Come on, that looks like a Ghost Trick Scare. What else is it? Ghost Trick Night? Night. Okay, if this is Ghost Trick Night, how does Ghost Trick Scare look like? That is the Utopia prize card. Utopia Kaiser. Even scarier. Okay. Mythical Beast. Jackal. The small, I think. Not Jackal King. Old Vanilla, I'm pretty sure. But yeah, I don't know the name. The shadow who controls the dark. Wind effigy. Poisonous winds. Yeah. Joe Boy, thank you for the tier 1. Appreciate you. Melodious. I think Sonata is the one with the... No? Oh, it's tuning. Yeah. Fake Edison player. You're a fake Edison player. Tuning is not in Edison. Trap Eater. Come on, that deserved a call out. They called me a fake Edison player, even though it wasn't the card of Edison. I won. This is Ancient Gear Gadget. Okay, I won a sub. Appreciate that. Alistair, I think. Yeah. Dude, if I got a sub like that every time I argued with a chatter and I was right, it'd be pretty good. Which one is that? Tornado? Just Tornado. Okay. What's going on here? Foolish. Strikes me as a Springance card or Therion. Sargas. Wrong Sargas. Gigantic Champion. Oh. Therion Cross. Ah. Something Ray, but there's probably too many. Air Ray? Is that a thing? No. I don't know. I've seen it, but I don't know. Like, Sky Star Ray. Nah. Nah. This is the right hand. Right hand. Yeah. Oh, Libromancer. Libromancer. Fire Burst? Yeah. Dark Lord. This one. Superbia. It's one of the prize card ones. There's 3. Yeah. Thank God it was Superbia because I don't know what the third one's called right now. Is Dark Lord Desiree the third one? I don't know. What the hell is this? Shell Knight. Okay. ADRA? No, that's the one I already entered before this one. Dark World. Which one is that? Dark Scheme? I was about to say, it doesn't look like any of the Dark World monsters directly. But it was definitely a Dark Lord, a Dark World. I have seen this card. This is the ritual for the Paladin, the dragon thingy. White Paladin? No, White Dragon Ritual? Is it that? Yeah. Paladin of White. Yeah, that's what the thing's called. I feel like I've seen this card. Oh, that's Urnite. Wait. Koaki Mairu. How's Urnite without a K? Okay. DD Destroyer. Yeah. The Megalith card, I feel like. Isn't it? Cool. Some code talker stuff. My special. It's just decode talker, but it's on like another card. I don't know what it's called. Decode destruction. Oh, I wish. That's like a gladiator beast weapon, I think. Is it? Yeah, it is. Halberd. Gladiator beast battle halberd. No idea. I think. Oh no, Master of Blades. Master of Blades. Could be Senju. Yeah, it's Senju. Senju original artwork. Harpy's pet dragon? Yep. Yeah. That is, I think, a kaiju. Yeah, the anti-kaiju? Oh, there's 2. Thunder King? Yeah. There's 2 anti-kaijus? I didn't know that. Iron Call, right? Yeah. Looks like Lightsworn. That is Lightsworn. Is that the small Minerva? Minerva, Lightsworn Maiden. Yeah. Well, it's some Gaia card. That is Gaia. Oh god, that is one of the older ones. Gaia. It's not Gaia. Swift Gaia, I think. Yeah, Swift Gaia, the Fierce Knight. The one you can like normal summon with one tribute or something if your opponent has a monster. I don't know, something like that. It was a tin promo. It has a number on it. Volcasaurus. Wait. Oh, 61. I'm stupid. I didn't even check the name. I just typed the number. I thought it was going to be it. Looks like Girgi armor. Anti-Raigeki. Yeah. I was like, I've seen this card in the early days collection games. All right. 871 is pretty solid. It's a pretty solid round. It's not bad. Nothing to complain about. Definitely not washed. Definitely not washed. Come on. That was all right. That was not bad. That was not bad. We are looking for an old dark level 4 with low attack, high defense. What about Wall of Illusion? It's not that old. It is lower than 1,000 and lower than 1850 defense. So pretty bad stats overall. So 1600 or 1700 or 1800 defense. Cannot be a warrior or fiend, which I feel like are the most common types for dark. Maybe it's a spellcaster. Level 4 dark. Less than 1,000 attack on a level 4 is not super common. Summoner Monk? Oh, wait. Summoner Monk. That was a very good idea, actually. Yeah, no, Summoner Monk worked. But it's not Summoner Monk. It's also not a spellcaster. It's between 2010 and 2014. Random Blackwing. Oh, dude, it could be a random Blackwing. It could actually be a random Blackwing. Level 4. 600, 1800. But that 600. Yeah. Oh, God, is that random Blackwing? Oh, man. Yeah, okay. Sure. Sure. Blackwing, Kalima, the Haze. Sick. It's actually, this is one of my favorite Blackwings. This is one of my favorite Blackwings. Actually, in terms of design, it's one of the best ones they've ever made. Because it sucks ass, which is the best possible outcome for a Blackwing. Outside of Gale, Gale is pretty cool. Gale is my homie. It's actually, this is my second favorite Blackwing card now, because Gale is my favorite, and then this is my second favorite, because it sucks. Right behind Kalut? No, Kalut is like the most annoying Blackwing. All right. Warm up out of the way. Welcome everybody to the Thursday stream. It's going to be a pretty big one. We're going to have a lot of stuff to cover today. So let's start right away with some new cards. We're going to go ahead and look at the new Morganite cards. And then after that, we're going to take a look at the new lore archetype that has been revealed for Duelist Advance. First things first, though. the new Morganite, which is potentially pretty scary because, you know, time tiering Morganite, pretty good card in stun decks. On the other hand, also something I really like in my Paleo deck. So positives and negatives here, depending on how this goes. And we have a monster as well in this mix, as well as a new Morganite spell. Okay, we have Morgana, the Witch of Eyes. Icentrix thinking about a 35 months, probably yes, probably going to be doing that again. Yeah. Okay, so this is the reason why people are saying this is now connected to the Diabellstar lore because of this Morgana Witch card. I'm not sure if that's confirmed or not, or if that's just people yapping because they look kind of similar. I don't know. Either way, let's focus on the effects of the cards, and that's something I care more about anyways. Okay, let me read the effect first. You are right. It does have Visa's, like the Rhino Heart stats, but I don't know if that matters. Anyways, this card is always treated as a Morganite card. Okay, so, you can only use the first and third effect of this card's name each once per turn. If this card is normal or special summoned, you can add a Morganite spell from your deck to your hand. Wait, that's kind of good, isn't it? That's like particularly good in like stun and shit, because you add Morganite, and when I say Morganite, I mean the OG Morganite, right? I have to read the other one, but like the red Morganite spell, I don't even know what it was called, time rendering Morganite or whatever. That one was pretty bad, I think. So this just, you add the OG Morganite, and then you just have a second normal summon anyways from that Morganite. So, okay, scary. When an opponent's monster declares an attack, you can banish a Morganite spell from your grave, negate the attack, and it protects your floodgates? Nah, why does it do that? If you have 3 or more Morganite spells with different names in your grave and are banished, you can make the attack of all face-up monsters your opponent controls to 0. Okay, I doubt. I'm gonna be honest with you. Just looking at this card, right? I think this is just, for now, basically a tool for stun. And it's like, gives you Morganite and protects your floodgate, which is kind of annoying. I don't think you're ever going to play all 3 Morganites. Even if the third one is good, the second one is kind of ass, isn't it? But, okay. All right. Sin-bearing Morganite, or guilt-gripping Morganite, whatever they're going to call it. Normal spell card. For the rest of this duel, apply the following effects. You cannot activate monster effects in the hand. You can normal summon level 5 or higher monsters without tributing. You do not pay life points to activate spell trap cards. You can banish this card from your grave, then reveal a Morganite card in your hand. Place the revealed card on the bottom of the deck, then draw a card. Now, I will say, this one does have by far the best secondary effect out of all of them to deal with drawing multiples. But to be honest, I don't think you play this. 3 Solemns and normal summon Vanities and Majesties. Yeah, but like you have to think about like how terrible your deck is. How terrible your deck is if you don't draw this card. So, okay, let me time rendering Morganite, I think was the other one. The red one. The red one searches? Yeah, but it's... Guys, these cards will just go into stun. And in stun, you'll just play this one to search the OG Morganite. You're not going to build an all Morganite deck. That's going to suck. What's the red one called? Song Morganite. Hold on. Up. Can't we just search Morganite? Yeah, we can. Okay, so this thing, right? This thing is Cannot activate monsters in the hand. Monsters you control can make up to 2 attacks. Monsters you control can make 2 attacks on monsters during each battle phase. If your monster battles an opponent's monster, double the effect, the battle damage. Banish this card from your grave, add a Morganite card from your deck to your hand, then place 1 card from your hand on the bottom of the deck. Technically, this, like, you just activate this, get a small bonus for the rest of the game, because these bonuses, quite frankly, do not matter. I'm gonna be upfront with you. For the most part, 99% of the time, these don't really matter. So it's God tier with Mekanko. Yeah, it's God tier with Mekanko if for the rest of the game you can't use your Oh Homie effect in hand to search. Very nice. Not once per turn. It doesn't matter. How are you gonna get multiple of this into the graveyard? Like, it's not good. 2 Vanity and set Solemn. Dude, you're trying to draw Exodia right now. You're trying to draw Exodia. You're trying to draw this Morganite, the other Morganite, Vanity's Fiend, Majesty's Fiend, and Solemn Judgment. That's a 5-card combo, dude. No one's gonna do that. No one's gonna do that. And even if, look, you're not gonna put Majesty's and Vanity's Fiend into your stun deck. You can just normal summon those. There's barrier statues. It doesn't matter how big they are. That's not how stun works. Stun is not supposed to be a combo deck. Dude, no one is gonna try to open this Morganite and Vanity's Fiend together. If you open, and the thing is, if you open Morgana, the Witch of Ice, and Vanity's Fiend, for example, because you're saying like, oh, but it's searchable by this card and by this card. This card sucks ass, so people are not gonna want to play that. This card, the monster, can search this Morganite, but then you don't have another normal summon. Dude, you're just gonna play this alongside the other Morganite in stun, and that's a working concept. You don't have to take the risk of drawing like Vanity's Fiend without access to the Morganite cards. It's not gonna happen. This card is not good. Here's a news tweet of Morgana being part of the Diabellstar lore. The lore of Azamina, Rise of the Moa Regina. So it's Morgana versus LZ in this artwork, apparently. LZ was upset after the fight. Morgana, the Witch of Ice, transformed into Azamina Mo Regina. I mean, Mo Regina and Morgana does sound kind of similar, so maybe they do have a point. I don't know. Dude, I don't care that much. I'm not going to be like, when my opponent summons this in stun, and then searches Time-Tearing Morganite, and then normal summons a barrier statue after and protects it with this, I'm not going to be like, oh yeah, that's cool. Finally, it all makes sense because that's connected to the Diabellstar lore. No, I'm going to be annoyed because there's a barrier statue, you know? It might be a cool lore concept, but when you're playing against this, it's going to be hella annoying. But yeah, I don't think realistically this second Morganite card is any good. Because this is a thing you have to realize in Yu-Gi-Oh, right? Like, there might be decks out there that consist of a lot of level 5 or higher monsters that you would really like to normal summon. The problem is, this is a card that, like, you're not going to build a deck around this because your deck is going to be complete and utter ass if you don't have access to, you know, this. And this card is not, like, good enough to enable such a strategy on its own. It's a one-of in stun. Maybe it's a one-of in stun if you play three copies of this and 3 copies of Time-Tearing Morganite. Maybe you want to play one of this So you can like just add it in case also, let's say you draw 2 time-tearing Morganites and then you can get this into the graveyard. You could put 1 back to draw that kind of stuff. Like it's fine, but you're not going to build like a Majesty's Fiend, Vanity's Fiend counter trap deck. Because in the grand scheme of stun, it's just not necessary to summon Vanity's Fiend. You can just summon Barrier Statue and it's the same quality for like 99% of games. So the Morganite spells outside of time-tearing Morganites have all not really been good enough. The normal summon is very good though. The Morgana, the Witch of Ice, is a very scary card because it has great synergy specifically with time-tearing Morganite, because it's going to take up your normal summon, but you get a second normal summon from the card that she adds anyways. So that's good. But everything else here, I don't think is worth talking about. It was the same thing with this card, right? I feel like this card was already pretty hyped, and it's, I mean, it was like hyped as a searcher for time-tearing Morganite, and no one is really doing that. And I think the same is like, is he, like, I see the use cases, by the way. I understand what you're trying to do with it. And what I'm saying is you can do those things, but you're not going to, right? Now stun can lose to Ash. You see, that's also something that you have to consider, right? Let's say you have Morgana and a Barrier Statue and 3 trap cards, right? And then you normal summon Morgana, they Ash it or Veiler it or Imperm it or whatever, and you're not going to have a second normal summon available, so the Barrier Statue is just stuck in your hand for a turn, and you're going to be scrambling, right? So that's like, it's not just a net positive for stun decks to open this card, right? Sometimes you're not going to risk summoning it because you don't want to lose to Imperm or Veiler or whatever. So yeah, overall, it's a scary card. I'm not a fan of the design of this entire stuff, but it's like, it's pretty good still. Yeah. Visa stats though, yeah, I doubt that matters, to be honest. I doubt that really matters. Because I don't think there's any deck that can make use of that. Right? It matters a lot. That means Morgana is part of Visas. Okay, that's a stretch, right? You guys are just lore yapping right now, right? Like, you're like, every card that has Visa Starfrost stats is part of the Visa Starfrost lore. That's crazy behavior right now. Okay, most importantly, I think the way more relevant thing to look at, we've got a new archetype called Artmegia. I don't know exactly how to say it. Artmegia is how I would say it, I think. And this is, I think, confirmed to be the new main lore archetype. This is going to replace Dia Bellstar as the main lore of the next season, whatever, the next lore cycle. I don't know. It's going to be like a year or however long it is these days. Which means I have a lot of expectations for this. I probably pretty strong stuff here, but also kind of scary because in the past, of course, especially with the Dia Bellstar lore, they have overpowered it by quite a bit. So like, I'm hoping this is cool, but not as powerful as the Dia Bellstar stuff. But it's also going to be hard to say from just the first wave, probably, because it's going to get more support in the future. We have Medius the Innocent, level 4 Dark Fairy Effect monster. Is this the main protagonist now? Is this who we're working with? Is this the new Dia Bellstar type character? 1800 attack, 1800 defense, Dark Fairy. You can only use the first and second effect of this card's name each once per turn. If this card is normal or special summoned, you can take an imprisoned deity monster from your deck and either add it to your hand or special summon it. If this card is in your graveyard, you can shuffle a monster from your hand or face-up field into the deck, and if you do, special summon this card, but banish it when it leaves the field. That feels like a very powerful start to an archetype. On summon, normal or special summon, special a monster or add a monster from deck, and has a graveyard effect to summon itself back while recycling something from hand or field. You can use both effects in the same turn. That's a pretty strong start. Now we're gonna have to see what exactly an imprisoned deity is. We have Artmegia Fine Melt. Okay, so is imprisoned deity just another translation for Artmegia? Is that the same, or is that like different set of cards? No, it's another archetype. Okay. Okay, so this is a different archetype. You can only use, I mean, it's, okay, starting to already split up into different archetypes on the first release. Artmegia Fine Melt, level 7 Light Warrior. You can only use the first and third effect once per turn. If you control an Artmegia card, you can special summon this card from your hand, then you can draw one card. Okay, straight up, just special summon draw, alright. Your opponent cannot target level 6 or lower Artmegia monsters you control with card effects. During the main phase, if you control 3 or more monster types, quick effect, you can negate the effects of all face-up monsters your opponent currently controls. Also, their current attack becomes halved until the end of this turn. So you just special this, draw a card, and then you leave it on the board, and it's like a quick effect negate as long as you have a big board. All right. Now this does read pretty strong, but it's a level 7. Of course, we have to see how easy it is to get an Artmegia card onto the field, and also this does kind of scream like an archetype that will overextend a decent amount on the first turn. Like if you have to leave so many different monster types on the board, maybe it's going to be really weak to some like Dark Ruler, Droplet, Raigeki, Darkhold, depending on what the other cards do. But let's keep reading. We have level 5 Light Dragon, Artmegia Graflair. You can only use the first and third once per turn. If you control an Artmegia card, was this also card? Yeah, card. You can special summon this card from your hand. Then you can set an Artmegia spell from your deck. Oh, both of these are very good. It's very low like investment, just special and get a plus. The first time this card would be destroyed by battle each turn, it's not destroyed. You can target a spell trap your opponent controls, destroy it. This is a quick effect if you control 3 or more monster types. Okay, so I would say very strong card too, but also a level 5, so not a starter. Artmegia Litera, level 3 Light Spellcaster. You can only use the first and third effect once per turn. If you control an Artmegia card, you can special summon this card from your hand. Then you can add an Artmegia card from your graveyard to your hand. Take no battle damage from battles involving this card. During your opponent's main phase, quick effect, you can special summon an Artmegia monster from your hand or grave, except Litera, then return this card on the field to the hand. Okay. This is the first thing that you could normal summon. So let's say you open a bunch of Artmegias. This is the one that you can put onto the field so you can special summon the others, which I think is important. Okay. Oh. That's the first imprisoned deity beast of Artmegia. It's a cool looking owl. I like that. Level 1 Earth Illusion monster. You can only use the second and third effect each once per turn. You cannot special summon from the extra deck except fusion monsters. During the main phase, quick effect, you can fusion summon an Artmegia fusion monster or Nerva, the imprisoned deity of creation from your extra deck using monsters from your hand or field, including this card you control. If this card is sent from the hand or field to the graveyard, you can add an Artmegia spell trap from your deck to your hand with a different name from the cards in your grave. Okay, so this does connect the two archetypes together. This does mean, like, you know, this can summon an Artmegia out. That's pretty powerful. Also, depending on how good the fusions are, this is a pretty good, you know, a pretty good card in general, right? You fuse with it, it replaces itself. Can be summoned off of the main guy, so pretty nice. Artmegia Diactoros, level 8 Light Fairy, needs Medius the Innocent plus an Artmegia monster. Okay, so this gives me branded vibes overall in terms of the functionality of this, right? Like you have like the main, this is like your Albaz, and then you have a bunch of stuff surrounding it that like sometimes locks you into fusions in this case, and okay. And he's like the fusion material, which I think as a start is a more promising start than to the Diabellstar lore, you know? Because even though Branded was a very powerful and in certain periods quite the annoying deck because it had very powerful individual cards that would lock you out of the game and stuff like that, Branded overall in terms of balancing was a lot better than the Diabellstar lore ever was, right? Like the Branded stuff was way more in line than with what I would want this sort of stuff to be like in terms of power level. Anyways, Medius the Innocent plus an Artmegia will give you can only use the first, second, and third effect once per turn. Target a monster on the field, change its battle position. This does not allow you to change stuff to face down battle position, right? Like defense position, if I remember correctly. You can just turn something from defense to attack or attack to defense. You can flip up face down monsters, I think, but you cannot flip face up monsters face down. When your opponent activates a card or effect on the field and you control 3 or more monster types, you can negate the activation, and if you do, destroy that card. Okay, not the most interesting way to interact with things, but you do have to require 3 different monster types to have an Omni negate. Also, it only negates cards on the field, which is huge when it comes to something like Nibiru. So it is not as powerful. Like, I think cards that can negate Nibiru are quite more, like a lot more powerful than cards that cannot negate Nibiru. Yeah. If this fusion summon card is destroyed, you can special summon one Medius the Innocent from hand, deck, or banishment. Interesting that you can't summon it from graveyard. Okay. Overall, even though, you know, it being somewhat of an Omni negate is not the most fun way to do it, I feel like power level wise, maybe it's okay. I don't know. Nerva, the imprisoned deity of creation. Level 10 Earth Illusion. This looks powerful. Looks like a powerful card. Materials: 3 Artmegia monsters must be either fusion summoned or special summoned from the extra deck in defense position by attributing 3 monsters with different types. Wait, that's potentially very generic. You can only special summon Nerva once per turn. Cannot be destroyed by card effects while there's a card in the field zone. Once per turn, when you activate an Artmegia monster's effect, quick effect, you can make that effect become destroy all cards your opponent controls. Okay, so it is technically something you can make like generically, but it doesn't really make sense in any deck that isn't an Artmegia deck, right? This is fun. I feel like this is fun because the way this interacts with your opponent, like, is pretty cool. This is like a cool piece of interaction because it does offer your opponent like outplay potential, because the way this is worded is exactly like Thunder Dragon, Titan, or Paleozoics, or Lady Labyrinth, right? So like you can chain block this, right? When they have an Artmegia monster with a quick effect, and so you try to make that work, and then they chain block it, so it has outplay potential. But the payoff for this is potentially really good, right? Destroy all cards your opponent controls is potentially very powerful. But it has counterplay, and it's not just like this is way more interesting to think about than like this, which is just like, yeah, you activate a card I don't like, I'm gonna negate that. So this is way cooler, I feel like, in terms of a boss monster and design direction than this. I can actually get behind this card. Like this is fine. This is cool, I think. While still being good, right? This is nothing to scoff at. Like, it's not a bad card because it has outplay potential, because it's not always that you're gonna have a quick effect to chain block this. Also, if you chain block this once, they might be able to do it again later on, right? If they have multiple Artmegia monsters out, they might activate one of them, you chain block that, and then later on, they might find their way to another one. Also, the other Artmegia effects, right? Let's say you activate which one? Let's say you activate this one to destroy a spell trap card, right? And your opponent chain blocks it because they don't want their entire board to die. You're still getting this effect, right? You're still getting the destruction on a spell trap card. It's not like you're losing out on anything. It's just like you're not getting this effect right now. You're still getting the other one. That's a cool way to make a card work, I think, because you're changing your own effect to something else. That's interesting. All right, that's it with the monsters, it seems. And now we have Artmegia, the Academy City of Divine Arts field spell card. During your main phase, you can normal summon a Medius in addition to your normal summoner set. You can only gain this effect once per turn. You can discard a spell trap and declare the name of one Artmegia monster you do not control. Add one of the declared monsters from your deck to your hand. Also, you cannot special summon from outside the extra deck for the rest of this turn, except Artmegia monsters and Medius the Innocent. You can only declare each card name once per turn to activate this effect of this card's name. Okay, so this is a powerful consistency card. This is also very important because it is an Artmegia card, which enables you to special summon the level 7 and the level 5, right? That's a big deal, I think. It does have a lock to it. Unfortunately, I feel like this lock is very, like, this is a weird way to do it. This is a weird lock because all this means is in your main deck, you want to only play the Artmegia stuff, right? From your extra deck, you can still spam whatever you want, right? It's kind of like there's one other archetype that has the same thing. Is it Valence? There's like one archetype that does the same thing where like from the extra deck you can do whatever you want, but from the like in your main deck you can it's Valence, right? So that's kind of messed up, right? I would have preferred if they just went at it the branded route and just said like fusions, right? Because this one locks you into fusion, but only while it's on the field, right? This is a Promethean Princess lock, which is not really a lock, right? Because it's also, this is the card that performs a fusion summon. So Theo Realize, normal spell card. You can only use the first and second effect of this card's name each once per turn. Send the Medius the Innocent from your deck to the grave. Look at the top card of your opponent's deck and place it on either the top or bottom of the deck. Okay, that's an interesting way to access your monster. Banish this card from your grave, then target a face-up monster you control and declare a monster type and attribute. It becomes the declared type and attribute until the end of your opponent's turn. Ooh, we're making anything like Light Fiend. Let's go. Let's go, dude. Light Fiend. Artmegia Masterwork Succession. Quick play spell card. You can only use the first and second effect once per turn each. During the main phase, fusion summon a fusion monster from your extra deck using monsters from hand or field, including an Artmegia monster. Then, if there's a card in the field zone, the summoned monster gains 500 attack. Okay, quick play fusion spell is massive because that means Guardian Chimera on the opponent's turn, which is one of the most fun ways when you one of the most fun things when you're playing fusion decks, I feel like, is Guardian Chimera. I love Guardian Chimera. During your main phase, banish this card from your grave. Target 3 Artmegia cards in your grave with different names. Shuffle them into the deck. Okay, this is, I would say, compared to some other fusion spells, also quick play fusion spells, one of the weaker ones, right? Like this is just, this is a much weaker version of something like Chimera Fusion. Because Chimera Fusion's secondary effect is way stronger. Right, or even Memento Fusion is way stronger. So it's like a definitely a balanced card here. It's still good. Just in general, quick play fusion spells are just good cards, I think. But it's not a bad card. Artmegia Vandalism Assault. Continuous spell card. Okay, another continuous card with an archetype's name in it to special summon the others. That's good. You can only activate one card with this card's name per turn. Only use the second effect once per turn. When this card resolves, you can add a Medius the Innocent from your deck to your hand. You can target one face-up monster you control. That face-up monster can be treated as an Artmegia monster if used as fusion material this turn. If Artmegia, the Academic City of Divine Arts you control, would be destroyed by card effect, you can send this card you control to the graveyard instead. Okay, that's a very good card. That's a very, very good card. consistency card with small bonus as well. Very nice. Artmegia Banish Change, normal spell card. You can only use the first and second effect of this card's name each once per turn. Place one Artmegia, the Academic City of Divine Arts, from your deck or graveyard face up in your field zone, or if you control it, you can add an Artmegia card from your deck to your hand instead, except Artmegia Banish Change. When your Artmegia monster is targeted for an attack, you can banish this card from your grave, negate that attack, then you can special summon a Medius from your hand. They are just getting very high quality spell cards here, I would say, overall. Like a very high consistency out of these spell cards. Let's read the trap card before like combining it all. Artmegia Messena Awakening, normal trap card. You can only use the first and you can only use one of the first and second effect per turn, and only once that turn. Special summon an Artmegia monster or Medius from your deck. Also, this turn, the activation of your cards and effects that include an effect that fusion summon cannot be negated. Also, your opponent cannot activate cards or effects when a monster is fusion summoned this way. Granted, lost, but in like a trap card form, which is much weaker. Okay. You can banish this card from your grave, then target an Artmegia monster you control, return it to the hand or extra deck, and if you do, destroy a card your opponent controls. It has a good graveyard effect, and because of this, you might end up playing this because it's a good discard for the field spell, because the field spell does have to discard spell traps, and this is the only spell trap with a really good graveyard effect, right? This one is just recycling. This one does nothing in the graveyard. This is just an attack negation, which isn't great. This has the best graveyard effect, so you might want to play that. You might want to play that with the thing in mind that your field spell wants to discard spell traps. Overall, I would say it's a promising start. Right? There's some very, very high quality cards here. I don't exactly see where, like, which direction this deck is going. The only card here that I don't love is this one because it is straight up just an Omni Negate. But, like, besides that, it's pretty fine. I will point out that, like, the lore archetypes typically start this way, right? Like, they typically start with good cards, but nothing crazy yet. And then you add one or two crazy cards to the mix, and it could all go like downhill really fast. Like, for example, you take Diabellstar as an example. With the first couple of sets, I don't know exactly how many sets it was, but like we got Wanted, we got Diabellstar, we had original Sinful Spoils. It was already a pretty splashable engine. And like the Snake Eye cards without Poplar, they weren't that good yet. But then Poplar came around, right? And then it all exploded, right? Like sometimes all it takes is like one card that is not well designed, that is like broken, and it all like it goes crazy. And that's kind of scary here because unlike Branded, this deck, there's no locks here. Don't let this fool you into thinking there's any relevant locks in this archetype. This thing locks you into fusions while it's on the field, but it's the monster that performs a fusion summon. So this does not count. This is not a lock. You're never going to be locked because of this card, right? You're going to make a fusion with it, and then you're free. And if your opponent negates it, then the lock is also gone. So like, not going to happen. The only thing that this is terrible into is, let's say your opponent has like D-Barrier, right? Like if you summon this and you activate its effect to fusion summon, and your opponent goes D-Barrier, can't summon fusions, then you're cooked. But other than that, there's no real lock. As well as the Dominus Impulse too. But Dominus Impulse, you could still perform other fusions with other cards, right? Like if you Dominus Impulse it, it stays there. You're locked into fusions, but you might have another fusion spell, and then you can fuse it off, and then you're good. But yes, Dominus Impulse could be good sometimes. The lock on this card is, in my opinion, also very irrelevant, right? Like, you cannot special summon from outside the extra deck for the rest of this turn except Artmegia monsters, and Medius is like literally a lock that you may as well not have printed on the card. It only really means that the field spell is not splashable, right? Like, you can't play it in other decks. You can't mix it super well with like the Fiendsmith, for example. You know, I made that joke about turning something into a light fiend, but like if you use the field spell, then you can't do Fiendsmith stuff because you would be summoning Engraver from your deck and stuff like that. So like sometimes this lock matters, but in the grand scheme of things of Yu-Gi-Oh, the lock that matters the most is the extra deck. And this deck is very, very free in terms of what it can do from the extra deck, right? If they give this deck a tuner, it has a lot of different levels available. It can just spam whatever synchro it wants. If this deck gets more like link material, just more cards that put themselves onto the field, they can make any link monsters they want, essentially, right? So like that's still dangerous in terms of the potential, but that is also something that we don't know. They might not give this deck those kind of cards, and then it's completely fine, right? Because so far it looks like a fusion archetype. If it stays a fusion archetype, then fine. But I just hope they learned from Dia Bellstar. I feel like Dia Bellstar, as a like from the competitive scene, was received fairly poorly, even though everyone was like, yeah, the artwork and the lore behind Snake Eyes and Dia Bellstar is really cool, but the execution in terms of competitive balancing was way off. So I'm hoping that this one is just toned down a little bit, which so far it could be. You know, they're good cards, but they're not that level yet. So remains to be seen how good they make them with, of course, the experience of previous years. It is to be expected that they will at the very least be meta relevant. Like almost any lore deck of the past years has been meta relevant, with the only exception maybe being like Goblin Bikers. You know, that was like the quote unquote the worst part of the Dia Bellstar lore, but like Snake Eyes, White Forest, Azamina, all very meta relevant stuff. Monadium, Tearlament was also very, very strong. I guess Springans was also not that good overall. There's always like parts of the lore that aren't, but there's always, for every lore archetype, there was really, really relevant stuff. Goblin just won the YCS. Yeah, keep telling yourself that. Keep telling yourself the Goblins did the major work, and it wasn't like the Memento cards, surely. It counts. I mean, it definitely wasn't a Goblin Biker deck. There was a Goblin Biker engine in it, but it was definitely more of a Memento deck. And I never said the Goblin Bikers were bad cards. It's just like compared to the other stuff in the lores, they definitely are not up there. All right, and that is the upcoming archetype. Interesting start, I would say. Little bit. I'm just scared because of past experiences with the Bellstar. But overall, it's actually like from what we have here, it's not too bad in terms of design. You know, it's fine so far. Yeah, I'm a little scarred, but we'll see how it turns out. We'll be hopeful, you know. All right. And with that, we are moving on to the Master Duel. Could you please show me how does Necro Princess work if you only got Tracked or Luri or Moon? Yes, we can also do that today. That is what we're going to talk about right now, is the impact of the newest stuff in Master Duel, because there's a lot going on here. If I could load into the game, thank you. I've loaded up on gems, done a lot of solo modes yesterday, a lot of solo mode grinding. Took the entire day off to play all the solo modes, copium. Let's go through this one by one. We have, first of all, I also need to do this, the new ban list in effect, right? We have the new ban list in effect, so everyone remember to dismantle their cards. Let me see what we have. We need Beatrice, right? Beatrice goes from 3 to 0, which means we do this, and then we can also, little trick, if you have less than 3 Beatrice, you can also craft one to try and get a royal, because you're going to get your gems back anyways, up to 3 times if you have 0 Beatrice. Not a royal, but it's okay. We can just dismantle it for free. What else was there? There was Kaiman. Kaiman going from 2 to 1. What else? Sangan summoning. Block Dragon came back, but like, what went on to the ban list? Was it just Kaiman and Beatrice? That's it. Oh, okay, cool. All right, well, PSA, don't forget to do that. And now we're going to talk about the important stuff. The important stuff. A lot of stuff going on. We have a new selection pack that brings a lot of new archetypes to and old support to the game that we've been waiting for a long time. And then there's also corresponding secret packs for all those archetypes, right? So let's take a look at the thing first and talk about the implications. And then we will newly added cards. And then we will open some packs and then get into some gaming. Okay, so a lot to digest here. Let's go from maybe least important to most important. We have Thea the Primal Being, which is a bad Yu-Gi-Oh card. Bad Yu-Gi-Oh card. Do not craft, not necessary. Next up, we have Shark support in the game now. LaVirtue Dragon is actually a pretty good thing to do with Bahamut Shark and all things like that, because there's no Totally Awesome in Master Duel, so LaVirtue Dragon actually quite relevant. I'm not experienced enough with sharks to tell you exactly how relevant something like Shark Drake Levice is. I would guess not that much. But Surfacing Big Jaws here is a pretty good card with Ryziel on the horizon eventually. So this is a pretty good card because it's basically a 1-card rank 4. If you've activated a spell card before, you can even special summon it, so it does not take your normal summon. So if you pull this card, even if you're not playing sharks right now, I would suggest keeping a couple of copies around and not dismantling them, because eventually this card is going to be good, even though right now it's only basically shark support, I think, for now, which is something that you, whether you want to play that or not is up to you. But the card is pretty good. Next up, we've got Valmonica support, I suppose. I'm not too... Valmonica is a deck that has fallen off quite hard in the TCG, so I haven't had much... Like, I've played it once in Master Duel. I remember we had a session where we played Valmonica, and it was fine. It was okay, because it was also pretty cheap in terms of the ultra rares, but I was never really convinced by it. But yeah, there's some Valmonica support in here, so check it out if you're into Valmonica. We've got Zapper Shrimp over here, which is a pretty good level 2 synchro. You're never going to heart make it, but Zapper Shrimp is a card that I was missing a lot when I was playing White Forest, because it is a level 2 tuner, so you can summon it off of Dia Bells. And if this card is special summoned, you can send one other card from your hand or field to the graveyard, then target a spell trap your opponent controls, and then it also has the quick synchro effect. So it gives you the opportunity to summon a spell trap removal off of Dia Bells, and then quick synchro into a level 10, which was very relevant mostly for the Tenpai matchup. When you had, let's say you had Dia Bell, and then your opponent activated the field spell, you would just summon this out, pop the field spell, and then still make a level 10 like Baron or Chenging. So it's a pretty cool card for White Forest. I don't know if at the current power level for White Forest, I don't know if you have room for it, because I played this card in Runic White Forest in the TCG, but that was way before like Azamina, and I also didn't play Fiendsmith in it, so like the extra deck had a little bit more space. I don't know if that's something you have room for, but it's worth mentioning that this is a good card. And then let's get into the real important stuff. We've got, well, I mean, I'm hoping it's relevant, but we've got the Centurion support finally. Primera Primus and Atri. Very relevant for Centurion, because the level 8 is just very powerful, all things considered. You know, it adds an Emblema card from your deck or graveyard to your hand, and is a level 8 tuner itself, so it just ladders, like you climb up into the level 12, and add Emblema Oath in the process, which is really nice. And Atri is finally a second tuner for Centurion, right? Primera previously was your only tuner that you could really play, and now you have a second tuner that you can special summon per turn. Centurion Atri draws you a card if you have an Emblema card and a Centurion card in your graveyard, which is really cool, because you can now search emblema cards as well. So you're gonna, if you can set up with Centurion, you're gonna get a draw on every turn, basically, which is really good for the grind game. It is typically a one-of because it is not the greatest the greatest normal summon. It's not a starter for Centurion, but it is a pretty good addition to the deck because you can access it basically at any time, and it's pretty solid. The other Emblema card, I think, is also in here somewhere. This Emblema Salvation is not that relevant, unfortunately. Every Centurion wave has like a stinker in it, and this is the one for this time around. It's not terrible, but it's not great. Next up, we have Necroquip Princess, which maybe I should have saved it for last even, because I think this might be the most important addition in this pack to Fiendsmith. Because the way this card works, its fusion materials are a monster equipped with a monster card plus a fiend monster card. Must be special summoned from your extra deck by sending the above cards from your hand and or field to the graveyard. You can only control one Necroquip Princess. If a monster is sent from your hand to the graveyard to activate a card or effect, you can activate one of these effects, you can equip one of those monsters, or you can draw a card. This card is massive for Fiendsmith because it gives you a way to combo off of Fiendsmith Tract, Moon of the Closed Heaven, and Fabled Lurry, which was previously not possible because you needed an extra body to link off your engraver, right? Because what you would do, whether you have Tract or Lurry or Moon, doesn't matter. You have a Light Fiend, you link it off into Requiem, you summon out Engraver, and then you can't do anything with that Engraver. You have to have another body to link it off, to get it into the graveyard, to make sequence with it, and all that stuff. This card fixes that because what you do is you equip Requiem to your Engraver, and then the Requiem in your spell trap zone is still considered a Fiend monster card. That is the big, it's basically Yu-Gi-Oh! Lawyer game issue where a monster that is currently in the spell trap zone is still originally a monster card. So if you have Engraver equipped with a Requiem, you can send it to the graveyard to make Necroquip, which is a level 6 Fiend, and then you bring back the Engraver from the graveyard by shuffling one back, and then you can make your sequence or your rank 6, whatever you're trying to do with Fiendsmith. So Necroquip release is a huge buff to Fiendsmith. You're still missing a Light Fiend without main deck Lacrima. Yeah, for the sequence play, it might be awkward because this is not a Light Fiend itself, but you can still make the rank 6s. But it's still, I think it's a big deal. It's a big deal. You need M7. With M7 you can still make the full combo work, but then it doesn't work with Fiendsmith Tract, right? If you have to go through M7 to add back Engraver to go through Tract and Lurry again, then you do not need you cannot start it with the Tract. It also potentially makes Fiendsmith sacked a little bit better, but then you might be missing Light Fiends with that one for sure. Either way, this is a big deal for Fiendsmith decks. It also is pretty solid because this effect is actually more relevant than you might think when you're playing a Fiendsmith. Because whenever you draw, let's say, Engraver plus Tract, and you play multiple Tracts, you can use the Tract to get to Necroquip Princess, and then you use your Engraver later, and you get a draw from the Necroquip Princess. So basically, the Engraver is just a free plus, which is nice. So this being a level 6 Fiend is very, very, very good as well, because it makes Caesar. Of course, Beatrice is now banned, so that is a little bit of a like weakening to some of the combo decks that play Fiendsmith. But this might open up an avenue to finally play some Fiendsmith control type decks, right? Like where you can finally go do something with Tract and Lurry and all that instead of just passing on nothing, right? Like Fiendsmith Bestial, just hand trap Fiendsmith Musketeer, that sort of stuff is something that we can potentially try as well. Which is more fun than combo. But yeah. And then we've got two pretty big new archetypes in the game. Well, new archetype. Memento is not a new archetype, but it is the very, very necessary support for the deck now. And the deck is now at, correct me if I'm wrong, full power. I think there's everything here now. We did now have Sleepy, and we have Memento Mictlan Tekutlika Creation King. So we have Full Power Memento, which is a deck that is both incredibly hard to play, but also can be incredibly rewarding. And also, I think, pretty promising in the current Master Duel environment, because Memento is one of the decks that, while I think it is pretty weak to Max C, it can actually function quite well under some very, very popular hand traps like Moltrami Fuvalos and Droll and Lockbird. Like, there's some very, very potent lines under both of those cards, and they are both very popular right now due to the popularity of like Fiendsmith and Snake Eye and whatever. So this deck could potentially be, this deck could potentially be a very, very good pick for the upcoming seasons and also the regional qualifiers. And where I'm gonna put some effort into learning this deck at some point. I have played this deck in the TCG. I haven't brought it to a big tournament yet, but like I know some of the stuff that's going on with it. I would definitely not say I am perfect with it, but I think if you play this deck really well, it can be really fun, rewarding, and good. So we're gonna probably have like a session or two, maybe today, maybe next week, probably next week, where we're gonna try and learn this deck and maybe master it, because I think it's gonna be pretty relevant. Also, I think Ugly Fish is also in here. Sorry, Beautiful Fish. Where's Beautiful Fish? There, Akiron. Very important too for Memento. And then last but not least, we've got Primite. Primite Ether Barrel, Primite Lordly Load, Primite Drill Beam, they're all here. And that means Blue Eyes enjoyers are eating good. Primite, for all of you that don't know, are not familiar with it because you're not keeping up with the TCG, is a deck that heavily supports normal monsters. It is not really its own deck at this point yet, I feel like, even though there is a couple of cards for it, but for the most part, this is used as a splash, as an engine in other decks that use normal monsters. Because it has really, really, really high quality cards, but you can only play it if you're willing to play some normal monsters. So Blue Eyes, of course, with playing normal monsters already, is just playing this card. On top of this, Primite Dragon Ether Barrel is a dragon level 4, so it can make the Blue Eyes Link monster. So if this card's normal summon, set a Primite spell trap from your deck. You contribute this card, send a normal monster from your deck to the graveyard. You're not going to do this very often. During your standby phase, if you have a normal monster in your field or graveyard, you can add this card from the graveyard to your hand. So basically, just on normal summon gets you a Primite spell trap and comes back to your hand every standby phase. So it's a great card for the grind game. Primite Lordly Load. When this card's activated, add a Primite card from your deck to your hand, except Lordly Load. You can declare a normal monster's card name, special summon a declared normal monster from your hand, deck, or grave with the name. Also, you cannot special summon, you cannot activate the effects of special summon monsters on the field this turn. So you cannot activate the effects of special summon monsters on the field this turn. Does that mean the rest of this turn? No, it's the entire turn, right? It's just rest of this turn, but I feel like it's weirdly worded on this one. Because I felt like it was rest of the turn in TCG, but like it's... Okay, anyways. I was thrown off by the wording there, but like, yeah. It is the rest. Yeah, you can activate stuff beforehand. So this is something you can use at the end of your combo to summon out an additional Blue Eyes, which is sometimes massive for the trap card as well. And just having more Blue Eyes in rotation is good. And then I think, in my opinion, the best card in Primite is Primite Drill Beam, which is reveal a Primite card or a normal monster in your hand except Primite Drill Beam, or if you control a normal monster or a level 5 or higher Primite, you can activate this effect without revealing a card. Then target a face-up card on the field, negate its effects, and if you do, banish it. This effect is by far one of the most powerful like spell effects you could have on a quick play spell, because at first glance it might sound like an imperm that also banishes the card, which would also be, it would already be good if it was that, right? Like imperm that also removes the monster, but no, you can also use it on spell cards. Like your opponent activates triple tactics talents, you go Drill Beam it, negate and banish. It is so, I think it's the best Primite card for sure. Because it also, during your main phase, if you control a Primate monster, you can set this card from your graveyard. It's infinite. It's infinite. You get it back every turn, and you will always have a Primate monster because this comes back in your standby phase. So I think Primate Drill Beam is an exceptionally powerful card. And the Primate engine is exceptionally strong in grind games because of it. So this adds a lot of stuff to the Blue Eyes deck. Primate Imperial Dragon, I just want to give it an honorary mention because I do think this card is a little bit better than people give it credit for, even though I think right now it's not going to see a lot of play, but it's a potentially, I think it's a quite the annoying card actually, depending on the deck and the format. During your opponent's main phase, quick effect, you can reveal this card in your hand. Immediately after this effect resolves, normal summon a Primate monster. If this card is tribute summon, you can apply these effects in sequence, negate the effects of all face-up monsters your opponent currently controls, and then banish all monsters your opponent controls with the same type or attribute as a normal monster in your graveyard. So it's like, depending on what vanilla you play, this could be a very strong disruption. Like, for example, if you're playing Blue Eyes White Dragon and your opponent is playing a Fiendsmith deck, you tribute the Blue Eyes on your opponent's turn to summon this, and then it banishes all your opponent's lights from field and graveyard. No, just from field, but it negates all their monsters and it banishes all their lights. So it's like, I think this card is potentially quite powerful, but it doesn't typically see play. Anyways, let's open some packs. Worth keeping one Imperial? Up to you. I personally think Primate Imperial Dragon is the kind of card that you would want to play in a deck that is heavily focused around it. Like a deck that is basically a Primate deck. Ooh, Shrimp and Drill Beam, nice. Which I'm not sure if that's a thing or gonna be a thing, but... No Gamba. I don't want to do a Gamba because we have quite a few packs to open. And then... Oh, I should probably open my free packs too before I forget. Necroquip, let's go. Word on the street, Primate has support in the future. I mean... It's not unlikely, I feel like. I think Primate is an archetype that was very appreciated overall. Arise Heart is fair. Thank you for the 4 months. Runic White Forest, I think it's just... Like, Runic decks in Master Duel, man, I just need my second fountain, dude. I'm just in shambles without it. That was a pretty good pack. All right, not a bad start. 3 Ultras. I mean, I don't know if I need it. No, I have this one already. But like, Lord Lido and Necrocrypt. Let me get the free packs out the way first. Also, there's a Ghost Ogre bundle that we're going to open because it allows me to dismantle a Ghost Ogre. All right, free pack from the fish pack. It was yellow. We got baited. Free pack from Centurion. Nothing. Free pack from Valmonica. Nothing. Free pack from Memento. Nothing. Okay. Let's open the Ghost Ogre pack real quick. The bundle. 10 packs for 750. It's probably worth. Ghost Ogre got an animation. Ooh, we'll look at that in a second. I got 1 UR from every free pack. Well, that's where my Ultras went. From my free packs. Oh, this one's good at least. Yeah, this bundle is worth it because 10 packs for 750 is pretty good value, even though it's master packs, so you're unlikely to pull the thing you want. But it also allows you to dismantle a Ghost Ogre if you had 3. And if you didn't have it, you want it, you especially want it, because, like, you want the Ghost Ogre. Should I craft Droplet? I mean, if you want to play it, yeah. You're not going to regret having Forbidden Droplet. It's a very good Yu-Gi-Oh card, probably for a long time. Okay. Well, we're getting hollows at least. New pack duel versus Jesse today. We're doing that on Monday. Alright, we got a rainbow pack at the end. See it here? Oh! Oh! Okay. 5 Ultras from the bundle. That's neat. And a Ghost Ogre. Go. Alright, let's keep going here. Okay, second Necro Crypt is not that useful. That is probably the worst Royal Rare out of this entire pack. Jesus Christ, there's so many good cards in this pack. And that's the one, I mean, I suppose I'll take it, but... We do take a Royal, but... Man. Better than a Valmonica? No, actually not. Like, if Valmonica is something that you could potentially play at some point. Mind castling does not really have a use case. I got Royal Heavy Poly, not sure if it's used. I'm not going to answer that question. I'm not going to destroy your happiness. Give me a Royal Memento Fusion. No? Okay. Got Royal Necro Crypt. Royal Necro Crypt is probably the best Royal in this because it's a one-of. And it's also going to be relevant for a long time, dude. Oh, we're getting lucky on the Lordly loads so far. What's the first deck you plan on using? So, I want to learn Memento. But I don't think if I want to do that, I want to do that today, because I think that's going to take too long. And I don't want to like spend the entire stream just playing one deck. So we're probably going to play some Centurion, Primite, Blue Eyes. I also want to play some Fiendsmith with the new Necro Crypt. So like those are the 3 things I want to do first. Oh god, I'm skipping that one for good luck. That did work. That was that actually okay. Nice. The Josh skip. Does it work again? Yeah, just one big Joss, I suppose. Okay, so we have 3 Lordly loads, 1 Ether Barrel, 1 Sleepy. We're missing the Memento Fusion twice. Oops. We're missing 2. We're missing 2 Creation Kings. We're missing 2 Ether Barrels. We're missing Centurion. Oh, nice special effects on the pack. Nice. Very, very cool. There's a dual trial too. Yeah, there is a dual trial. Maybe we could do the dual trial with Memento maybe. Towards the end. Royal Zapper Shrimp would be kind of dope. Oh. After the last few trials, this one is just underwhelming. I don't expect to have the same amount of fun as in the Exodia one. But to be honest, with this dual trial, I think it is nice. Because they are releasing a new selection pack with a lot of different archetypes in it this time around. I feel like it's way more than average. I mean, I was hoping for a Royal there, but that's a nice pack anyways. It's nice that they are giving people the chance to try out these decks before they decide which one they want to like open packs for and craft and stuff. So I think the dual trial is good. Okay, so we're missing. It's probably worth to open like another couple. I kind of want the Virtue Dragon. I want the Imperial Dragon maybe. Yeah, most decks have been using 2 Primera Primus as well with Centurion. Should I build Centurion, Memento, or Primite for Blue Eyes? In terms of power level, I think Memento and Primite is going to be a little bit better than Centurion for now. And maybe even forever. But I think those two are a little bit stronger than Centurion right now. And between Memento and Primite, it's just whichever one you prefer. You know, like if you want to play combo, play Memento. If you want to play more mid-range, you play Blue Eyes. All right, second Primera Primus. There we go. Flip it. Nope. Okay. Is there a deck that uses Melody of the Awakening Dragon? Not really right now. Not really. Oh, come on, man. Come on, man. Oh. Can the sharks leave me alone, man? That could have been 3 Memento fusions or something. Or a Zapper Shrimp and an Atri or something. How many Ether Barrels do I have? 2. There's the king. Let's go. And the Virtue Dragon. Nice. All right, 3 more packs. And then we'll just craft the rest. I think we have enough. Definitely. Oh, never mind. There it is. Nice. Easy clap. Okay. We have no Imperial Dragon, but that's okay. We can just craft it. Luckily, no Thea the Primal Being. Very nice. I was expecting at least 8 of those. Ghost. Yeah, can I see the Ghost Ogre animation here? Ooh. That's cool. I like that. I like that. Okay. Before we hop into the deck builder, let's check out this duel trial real quick so we can get an idea at least of what these decks are. The only thing I don't really want to play is Valmonica. It's Valmonica Fiendsmith. Okay. No Necrocrypt is evil. The fact that they're not putting Necrocrypt in here is kind of crazy. We have a Centurion list. And we have a Memento list. How good is this Memento list? It doesn't feel optimal because they're playing both Traps and Mementolan Boneback. But at least it works. It's not ideal, but it probably works. If no Maxi is funny. Do they all not have Maxi? Yeah. They all don't have Maxi. That's very funny. Okay, let's do some Mementolan thingies here. I'm not gonna play it perfectly, but at least to get an idea. Does that mean we're gonna say goodbye to Maxi soon? No, it means that they understand that Maxi makes these decks not look as fun, so they don't put it in here. Because they want people to have fun. At least there's Fuba. Bonfire means it's probably Centurion out of those loners, right? Well, yeah, not probably. It is Centurion. I had no idea what Memento cards do and I timed out this duel trial. That's fair enough. That is fair enough. They had Fuwa too. Fuwa is better in our turn. If they make it 4, I would definitely Fuwa here. Now that they've made it 8, the Fuwa is only 1 draw. This way, so I'm not gonna Fuwa here. Will you build Unchained Fiendsmith? I want to play a Fiendsmith deck later today, but I'm not sure exactly which one. Maybe we can build like Fiendsmith control with Primite, like the with White Dust on and stuff. That may be something. But there's no Lacrima and Fiendsmith in Paradise, which kind of hurts that deck. But that deck could be playing like Dominus Purge, right? Okay, I have no idea what Bro is doing. What did they add? Did they add this? They added this. Okay. Sure. Why are they taking so long to release main deck Lacrima? I think what they don't get... What is happening? I think they're afraid of making Fiendsmith too powerful too quickly, which I guess is fair. At the same time, for me personally, it just means that the only viable version of Fiendsmith was combo Fiendsmith. This is the most outrageous Centurion line I've seen in my life. But now I wish I had Fuvad because they're going to go for another level 12. They're probably going to go for Atri here. I mean, yeah, now I have to Fuva. Because, like, if I don't Fuva here, they can bring back the Auxilla with the trap and then make Crimson Dragon. Yeah. That's kind of sad. Oh no, they are locked into Oath. Are they? Wait, no, what did they place with Oath? Oh no, they placed this. Yeah, they're not locked. They are locked. Three draws. They're not going to give me 3 draws. They're just going to make Legacia and draw a card. Yeah. No, their line had me confused to the point where I forgot about the Oath lock. Okay. The Fuva will still replace itself. It's whatever. Yep. Anguish is not a good draw. Does the Loner even have? The Loner probably has Crimson Dragon, right? Yes? Okay. Yeah, I should have still kept the Fuwa for my turn. Okay. Not sure which one I'm supposed to start with here, whether it's Anguish or Tatsuno Toshigo. Anguish also, the problem is if you go for Tatsuno Toshigo and then you Anguish, it doesn't really search anything afterwards. Maybe it's Goblin first and then Tatsu? Because if Tatsu gets impermed here, well, I have combo with Goblin, I think. Let's go. Let's go and try and resolve Goblin. Is the negate trap worth it in Memento? No. No traps in Memento. Like none of the Memento traps. 100%. You don't need traps. The end board, if you know what you're doing with this deck, you don't need any trap. What's the end board of Memento? In pure Memento, you're trying to end on, I think it's just going to be SP Lil Knight most of the time to protect from Nibiru as well. Like SP Lil Knight, the 5000 combined creation, maybe a Creation King if you go completely uninterrupted, and then both of the quick play spells and the field spell. If I chain fusion here, I think no matter how I do it, I lose to this if it's another imperm. Like, if I chain fusion here, they negate it with Blazar. Actually, no, it's fine. Yeah, let's try and dodge. Yeah, they negate that. Okay. So that baits the Blazer negate. Then we can special the horse, activate the horse, and then we still have Memento Fusion in the graveyard to follow up on it. I'm not sure if we should fusion first. Can't fuse with this anymore now. Let's do this first. Second imperm. Okay, I'm pretty sure. Does this deck have hand traps outside of Fuva? It might have Ash. Does it matter which one I destroy here? I don't think so. So I want to get to the 3000 fusion. Let me just sleepy. My thingy is blinking the entire time. What's wrong with my connection? Weird. Very weird. Okay, so because my fusion spell was negated, if I want to get to this thing, I have to make it now, right? Because I have no other way to fuse later. So I'm gonna have to make this here. If I make this here, I'm not gonna get to the 3k fusion. And I'll fuse. Do I fuse from field or hand? Second one. I'm not sure. Take from hand. So we're gonna send this, this. This, and Yatik. How do I get to fish? I can special fish off Bone Party. Yeah. That. Activate Gatic. Special summons itself. Which fish? The ugly one. Target a memento card in your graveyard, add it to your hand. I want to add back. Technically none of these, but like, let's get the duplicate back. Activate Creation King. To get Memento Mictlan. Activate Mictlan. Activate Bone Party. Let's destroy. Special Akihiron. Activate Akihiron. Activate Miklan. We're low on time because my thing keeps lagging, I think. I mean, the turn is also quite long, but... So, Akihiron now allows... the level 9 and the level... the combined creation to attack directly. This adds follow-up here, technically. Yeah, it's game. Because the 3k and the 5k can attack directly, and I'm just gonna bring back the 5k, so... Yeah. It's actually... I don't even know if this was played well, but the deck is quite cool, potentially. Like, I think it's quite rewarding if you actually know your shit with this deck. Like, this is me playing this deck with just rudimentary understanding of how it's supposed to work. So I'm just like, I think I'm like average with it. I'm not good with it at all. But it is quite fun, especially going second. It's quite fun, I think, because it can actually solve some pretty good boards with just engine. I mean, what was the hand there? The hand was like 3 normal summons, the fusion spell, and a Sleepy. It's like, you know. Okay, I'll be right back. Quick toilet break. What's actually unique about this deck? I feel like that showcase was pretty unique. I feel like that deck is that deck plays very differently from other decks, and I kind of like it. Okay. I think I'm gonna just do the duel trial with Memento, and then play the other decks in ranked. Yeah. I got a Royal Combined creation. I'm so happy. I have one too, actually. Now that you say it, I got a Royal Combined creation way back in the day, which is the best one to have because it's a one of, and like it's your boss monster, so it's like one of the best royals to get, I think, in this deck. Don't imperm, don't imperm, don't imperm. Okay, nice. Okay, so this, you're definitely sending Sleepy here, but is it Anguish? Not Gatic. Gatic and Anguish or Gatic and Sleepy? Probably Sleepy, right? Is this deck hard to learn? I think so, yeah. I think it is hard to learn. And then activate Sleepy. If you have extra mementos in hand, you probably use them off here. Actually, maybe I shouldn't have used off the maze because it was a potential backup normal summon if they imperm this. So this is gonna destroy a memento. And then add 2 memento monsters with different names. Which we haven't normal summoned yet, so let's go through Darkblade. And I'm not sure which one I'm supposed to add here. Trihorn usually. I think most of them don't even play Trihorn. Like, I'm not planning on using Trihorn. That's why I wasn't going to go for it, but whatever. Let's bring back Mace. It does get to a point where at this point, I don't even know if... Like, I probably have so many options that it doesn't matter. What is this again? Target level 2. Oh, it revives a memento. Okay, I don't need that. Normally, I think I would make SP here just to be safe from Nibiru, but there's no Nibiru in these, so let's go for some other shenanigans. Don't know if we need cross sheep, but... Creation King. This. This. I think we're gonna have enough momentum. The Witch wants to stay in there, right? The Mace wants to go back into the deck. You need Akihiron Engrave? Okay, maybe I done goofed. Why do I even use Cross Sheep here? What's the point of the reviving? I don't feel like that Cross Sheep did anything. To make Appaloosa? Okay. I'm not used to playing Appaloosa in this deck even. I do want this in the graveyard. Very annoying that I have Akiron in hand right now. Lower level from hand or grave, but we destroyed a level 4. I'm popping it with Bone Party, but I'm not sure if it's like if there's an easy way to get it back. Yeah. Yeah. This is like fine. You somehow get there. But that one could have definitely been played better, more efficiently. Okay. SP is a pretty good counter to that. I could have also stolen it with Mace, but... Let's do that now. So Mace is basically Mace is a quick effect snatch steal now. Memento Fusion can make Guardian Chimera. This is also a pop. And the Trihorn Dragon, if it's popped with the Bone Party, is also a pop. I think I'll let this happen and just steal this. Well, let's try and steal the Dark Blade. See if they let it happen. If they chain their fusion, I can still chain my stuff. Okay, they won't. Then I don't need the Bone Party, I don't think. I think when you're trying to interrupt Memento, it's usually best if you disrupt them without any of their stuff getting destroyed by card effect first, right? Because if you destroy their stuff by card effect, or you let them destroy their own stuff by card effect, then they have so many more powerful extenders. Because if something has been destroyed by card effect, that is the condition to special summon Sleepy, the sheep that performs a fusion summon, is a very good extender if something has been destroyed. Also, just in general, the fusion spell is so much more powerful if something has been destroyed. Right? Like, if something's been destroyed by card effect, you can use the material for this card from the graveyard. So sometimes you pop like their normal summon, and then they have the fusion spell, and they just do full combo anyways. That's why I was using the banish from SP and the steal from the mace first, before using any of my pops in that hand. You think for Centurion, no Fuva in the main concept applies in Master Duel the same as in the TCG? It depends on the format. If there's decks in the format that are really weak to Fuva, like Yubel or Snake Eyes or whatever, then you're gonna play Fuva in Centurion. How good is the deck without the support in Master Duel? What do you mean? Memento? Memento is full power now. It just came out. That's why we're playing it right now. All the stuff is here. This looks like branded 2.0. What? Do I Ash the Anguish? I think the answer is no. I think it's safer to Ash the Horse, personally. I'll Ash the Horse. The thing is, with the right extender, they can still play through it. Like, if they have Bone Party, they still play through Ash on the Horse, I'm pretty sure. Because you can pop and summon Sleepy. But I think Ashing the Horse is the safest. But, like, yeah. There's extension through this. Yeah, the Bone Party plays through Ash no matter where I use it. The thing is, like, if this wasn't the loner deck, but rather like rated, I would be expecting them to turn this potentially into Fiendsmith stuff now. So I would have allowed that. Okay, Fuva off the top. Okay, so discard a memento card, target a spell trap. Okay, so I'm gonna go Rhoda for another Dark Blade so that I can pop the set card. What is the... They're playing the same loner, so the set card is probably Imperm. Well, that's okay. We do beat an Imperm here. We do not beat Imperm plus Ash on the horse. Oh, it's Fracture Dance. Okay. That's not bad here. It's unfortunate they summoned the horse in defense. Because if it was an attack, I could, even if they Ash my horse, I could double it with the Memento Mick plan, and then I could bring back Dark Blade. I don't know how much that would do, but it would at least be a line. Through Ash Blossom. What is bro doing? Huh? Huh? Okay. Okay, since I already... I'm gonna go Anguish. And that's gonna search me Sleepy. Yeah, okay. Well. There we go. 3 wins. Nothing there. All right. So that was a quick look at Memento, even though it was just a loner deck. We're gonna spend probably an entire day or two next week at trying to learn and master the Memento deck, which is particularly cool because this is one of the instances where this deck basically exists in the exact same form in the TCG right now and has just won a YCS as well. So learning this deck does you something good for both formats. So like the ability to play it in Master. Of course, there's some dynamics that are different. You know, Maxi exists in Master Duel, which is going to force you to play differently. Some matchups are going to be different because there's like different stuff. Apo is in this deck, of course, but like for the most part, the concept of it is going to be the same, and that's very cool. So I'm looking forward to it because it is one of the decks that I'm also looking forward to playing in the TCG in the upcoming format, potentially. It's definitely an option right now. Out of all the decks that have benefited off of the most recent ban list in the TCG as well. So for today, though, let us now try to put some showcase on some of the other decks in the newest thingy. So we've got a Centurion deck to build. We've got a Primite Blue Eyes to build. Primite Blue Eyes. And then we're also going to build something Fiendsmith related. Maybe let's try Fiendsmith control with Primite. That sounds like fun to me personally. Those are the 3 decks I want to build first. Okay, so for Centurion, let me dismantle extra cards first. Boom. Okay, and then let's dismantle some selected cards. We're probably not gonna need this ever, but I'm gonna keep one. Do you ever play this? Oh, I think Stun plays this sometimes. What? No, they don't. Actually, I don't know. Maybe I'll keep one. Abyss Shark's not bad. Zapper Shrimp's a 1 of. I'll keep the Royal here. You don't need 2 of that. This can go. 1 Archery is enough. This can go. Don't need that. Don't need that. That. Virtue Stream's a 1 of. Necrocrypt is never a 2 of typically. Ghost Ogre I have 3. This one I don't plan on using. This one I don't plan on using. This one I have enough copies. These I'll keep the Tiger King. Actually, yeah, this and this. This. Okay. Oh, is there 3 gold sarcophagus? Where? Where? There. Oh, I also have 4 imperms. Okay. Okay. So, Centurion. Does it work like this or no? Centurion. If I could spell it. Centurion. Okay, so we're gonna play 1 Archery. 3/3. Probably 2. 1, 2. 3 Trudea, 3 Primera. For now, let's play 1 of each of these. I'm not 100% sold on Wake Up Centurion. You know I hate this card. As well as Gargoyle. I also hate Gargoyle, but that was the standard in the TCG, is to play Wake Up and Gargoyle with these cards out. So we're gonna start there. But I'm not too happy about that. Crimson Dragon. Blazar. Play Maxi Uva. Ash. Imperm probably. I'll play a Bestial package, even though I'm not sure if that's good right now, but we'll play those. This deck should be relatively straightforward. Veiler. Oops. I think Veiler is better than Imperm in this deck, maybe even because of draws of, like, you draw off Archery, you draw off Regained. Chaos Angel. Oh yeah, Serenir. Let's play 1 of each Bestial. They seem good in Master Duel right now. I don't know what the format is going to be. Ghost Ogre is also pretty good if people play Blue Eyes. I don't know if I want it to be 42, but it also does make it you draw like gargoyle less often and stuff. We'll see if it's too inconsistent. Maybe we cut some imperms, yeah. Oh yeah, Snake Eye Doom Dragon is in here now. Snake Eyes Doomed Dragon. We've got probably SP Little Knight. Baron. Does Gaddick plus Sleepy do anything? If that's your only play, I'm not sure. Just can you normal Sleepy and use its effect, or is it only on special? Oh yeah, Typhon. I do want to play the Link. Yeah, I think it's the remaining two should probably be Almirage to be able to link off Trudea, and Artemis to be able to link off the Trudea to make SP. I like that. I don't think we need seals in this. So this is a rough draft for how Centurion could look like. And let's just get some games in, you know? Let's get some games in. We can build the others when we want to swap over. No called by. I think Centurion is the type of deck that doesn't necessarily need called by. I think you can make better use of your space because this deck does not care that much about Maxi and Fuva. So you can have hand traps instead. You didn't put in Bonfire. I know. You could make it more consistent by taking out some of the Bestial stuff. Like, you could play more Bonfire, you could play Prosperity. Actually, no, in Master Duel, Prosperity is banned anyways. In TCG, I played Prosperity. And we still draw Gargoyle. And now, we also draw Archery, which is also not good. Love that for me. Alright, what do I imperm against Valmonica? Do I just normal summon this one? Do I just imperm that one? Okay, they have scales already, so that's annoying. Save imperm for Baguska. We could. I don't want to watch the entire Valmonica movie though, and my hand is pretty bad. So I'm just hoping they can't play much. It never mattered, guys. It never mattered. Keep imperm for sequence. You think they play Fiendsmith in this? This hand, by the way, this hand is the perfect example of, I think, some of the stuff that's wrong about Centurion is like, sometimes it feels the same way with Blue Eyes, where the decks are quite fair, quite mid-range, and still have an absurd amount of bricks in them. Like, it's just not great in terms of card design, that like the decks are supposed to be more fair and slower, and then there's like a whole bunch of useless shit in it. And it's the same for Blue Eyes, unfortunately, which is, don't get me wrong, Blue Eyes is a cool deck, but like, why am I forced to play so many weird draws in it? What's the bird doing there? They're probably playing the Rainbow Bridge as a discard for the pendulums. It's the same for Snake Eyes? No, it's not the same, because Snake Eye is a full-on combo deck. Like, for Snake Eye, they deserve to have some bricks in the deck. Centurion on Blue Eyes don't go as crazy. Like, they don't need that sort of balancing factor Like, yeah, you're playing a very powerful deck, but then it's also bricky. It's very annoying with wait, what was the light? This is a light fiend? Oh god. I might just take the Requiem away. I might just take the Requiem away. Because Requiem being gone forever, I think, is nice. They probably don't play 2. Actually, Valmonica might have room for 2. Oh. This would be different if they had another Light Fiend in the graveyard. But this one went to the extra deck. So right now they can't even bring back their Engraver. Unless they waste like 2 materials on a moon. Is that a fiend? That's crazy, man. This is throwing me off, dude. The math is different when the deck has light fiends. The Fiendsmith math doesn't add up anymore. Why does the math not math? Can you stop, please? Oh my god, dude. How does the first Master Duel game that I play just make me want to play TCG? Why does it do that? Why is my shit so small? This one. Okay, so how do I can't... How do I beat Griffin, man? Chaos Angel, they have a trap that bounces it. I can't beat it. I just can't beat the Griffin. Because if I make Chaos Angel, they bounces with the trap. Yeah, I can't beat it. Unaffected? No. You might want to read every once in a while. All right, 2 games, 2 arteries. Love that. Okay, that looks like it might be Blue Eyes. Well, it's definitely some Primite pile. So that is probably going to set the drill beam now. There's drill beam. Good. Is it Blue Eyes? It is Blue Eyes. Okay. Now, in this instance, depending on which order they play it, I might want to Ghost Ogre the field spell, right? Like, if they use its effect to send, I think I want to Ghost Ogre it. If they have Sage, of course, they're going to summon Sage first. But, like... Be greedy, Ogre, True Light. The problem with holding Ogre for True Light is just... Okay, so they can't activate special summon monsters. Fine. That's a weird... I guess that means they have no other plays. They're not even using... Okay, sure. Whatever, man. That's fine. We can hold Ghost Ogre for later. That's okay. This hand's very good. Let's go ahead and do this first. Very good called by the grave target. Ash. I think they're checking for Ash before using their called by, which is good play if that's called by. Oh, never mind. Okay, so the Ash goes through and the Lubellion goes through. So the set is probably an Imperm plus the Drill Beam. Imperm plus Drill Beam plus Seals actually does stop our turn here. But it's like... It's not that bad depending on how... Like, we can still win the grind game in this situation. Go Primera. Could have maybe started playing with Emblema and then drawn a card with Atri, but I think getting more engine is good here. I think I want Bonds in this hand. Actually, do I want Bonds? Bonds lets me get the Atri out there after the Emblema, which draws a card, which is nice. I will have to discard a card for the Emblema, for the stand-up Centurion at some point. Do this. So, if the set is True Light, then using Magnamood on the Blue Eyes is quite bad. If the set is not True Light, then using Magna on the Blue Eyes is quite good. I'm starting to have a feeling it is True Light, though, because they didn't imperm the Primera either. At the same time, finding out that it is True Light wouldn't be bad for me. I do want a Magna here because it forces the... Like, I threaten Baron Arceus Angel with it. It might be the Pop Trap. It might also be that, yeah. But then I would like to think they would have sent a second Blue Eyes with the thingy. Well, okay, Seal's bounce here is kind of wild. That is going to make the Drill Beam live, yeah. But, like, as long as I resolve my Magnamood and I can get to the Lubellion, I think I'm okay here. If they want to Drill Beam the Lubellion, then I can also still play. That's fine. Alright. You can force the Drill Beam with Battle Phase? I could, but I don't want to. I don't mind them doing this. You did not have to show me that, but okay. Now I know. Thank you. Look what I have! It might be the Blue Eyes Trap to pop, yeah. But, like, we beat that. We beat that no matter how they use it, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. I'm a little worried about this deck being slightly too bricky when I'm going first, but at the same time, I do value the hand traps when going second in this format. Doesn't Centurion die to pops? It depends. In the long run, we were definitely fine in that game. We might not have been able to completely pop off that turn, but it was okay. Like, because they can't pop the field spell, because it's indestructible, while you have a thingy, a Centurion card, and if they chain the pop to the field spell effect, then we can chain bonds to make it indestructible. Nice. Voiceless voice deck. Okay. Let's go. Yeah. Baylor Raymond, thank you for the raid. Hope you had a good stream. Welcome, everybody. Playing some new cards today. Alright, so this deck is not that weak into Maxi, so I'm not too worried about this one. It'll probably just be Phalanx here. Run over the Herald. And set up with the field spell. Unfortunately, all we can do under Maxi, which is still, I mean, compared to other decks, it's fine. Not too worried about it. Can't get to the Emblema combo with Atri, unfortunately, but that's alright. So we're gonna place Gargoyle here, probably. Actually, it might be another Primera, because I can already make a level 12 with this. This is also, funnily enough, this is also a disruption, which is very cool. We could maybe do both, right? Like, I can summon this. Hold up. If I could summon this as a disruption and then climb into a 12 with that. With Atri, right? Because Atri is also a non-tuner. Or this. Let's do this. This is pretty neat. So if they couldn't play last turn and they've gone 2 new cards, I think we should be fine here. Atri is tuner. Yeah, but Atri is like Atri can be treated as a non-tuner. It was called by the grave. Yep, I thought so. Okay, so they will place now. How do you synchro twice? Actually, oh yeah, actually, you're right. I can't. But I still think Primus is better here to just destroy the barrier. How would you synchro twice? Yeah, I brain farted. Don't worry. So I'm gonna summon out this. I will change the level. I will activate this. And then I'll go Primus. Chainlink 1 Primus. Chainlink 2 Gargoyle. And that's gonna pop the barrier. Nice. That was one of the games that showcases like why this deck is nice to play in Master Duel specifically, is because Maxi in these kind of game states just isn't much of an issue, right? Maxi is a problem for this deck if your opponent has like a full board already and then they Maxi you, because then you can't take it slow like that. But in like the slower game states that this deck aims to create, Maxi is not that big of a deal. Which is nice. 60 cards. All right. And then Fuva and Perulia are also quite irrelevant for it, which is neat. Is this, have I not drawn Atri for now? Like, dude, this shit is glued to my hand. All right, let's Fuva this. Okay, we're going in. Interesting behavior. I don't know what this means. No chance. Thank you for the 12 months. Appreciate the full year of support. Also, Maestro, thank you for the 8 months. Appreciate your prime. All right, well. In this instance, I think I'm going to use my Imperm first, because I could draw Bystials in this deck. I play 4. So if I draw Bystials, my Imperm is going to be awkward. So I'm just going to Imperm first. Imperm is a little bit better against an Appaloosa, but I think I have enough hand traps that if they actually like go full combo here, I probably have enough to stop Apple. Also, I don't think deck out is possible if it's just Fuva, right? Like it's not like Maxi. I don't think they can deck me out. So it must be some sort of other plan. But it can't involve Beatrice. Like, what are they doing now? Caesar? Pilgrim Reaper, you think? I might Valor the Pilgrim Reaper. Don't know why you double equip. Oh, Doom Dragon, I see. Okay. You know what's funny is my hand has barely improved since I've drawn 5 cards off Fuva, because I've just drawn like duplicates. It is Pilgrim Reaper. Okay. Okay, another not. I'll Valor it. Moisey Flu, thank you for the 29 months. I am planning on making that happen at some point, so feel free to send me that. Like on Discord, and I might take a look at it. We might even use it on that stream, but like, I have a pretty good idea of what I want to do with it yet, but like, we'll have a stream where I explain what exactly I'm trying to do, and then we can do it together. But yeah, feel free to send it to me if in case it contains any good ideas. You did not seriously think you were going to be able to deck me out, right? Or are they like giving me a lot of draws to make their grass insane? If that's the case, I'm very salty. I don't have an Ash yet. Okay, no, we're done. Cool. Good talk. I lost my Imperm. I have so many bad cards in my hand that I didn't care about. Oh, hello. Never mind. I'm done complaining. Moving on. Let's go ahead and start with Brand Regained. Trade offer. I receive Royal Imperm. You receive Royal Imperm. Don't know how much I have to respect this guy, but I'll get rid of the Fiendsmith. I have more respect for the Fiendsmith than I do for the Spell Servant. Sure. with this hand, I don't actually want to go through the 12. Do this for some follow-up. I mean, we don't have to do much here. I could go for a wake up here, make a token. But it's like super unnecessary. I'm just doing unnecessary steps here. Well, I doubt there's any 2 cards in the game that do anything here. Certainly not that. So let's draw after searching. Now we're performing a synchro summon with 2 tuners. We just vibe like that. We add bonds for follow-up. We draw one with archery. And then we activate this to add an emblem card and pop the golem. On our side, we just get rid of the field spell and... That's a very funny normal summon. Imagine they have like the most cracked Link 1 in the world that I don't know about. I feel like the writing is somewhat on the wall here, but we're not giving up. Let's just draw another card with Autry. I like drawing cards. I'm not gonna make him suffer. I mean, yeah, the deck is fine. Like, the deck is definitely way more powerful than it was before. I still don't think it's enough to make it, like, top tier, but it's definitely a well-needed and deserved boost for Centurion. And it does have some advantages, even though I think in most parts it is weaker than other decks. But, like, in terms of, like, Fuba immunity and stuff like that, it's pretty solid. Gets to play a solid amount of hand traps. Unfortunately, you do draw Gargoyle every single hand with this deck, which is like it's just the law, you know. But yeah, it's good enough to be rogue for sure. Yeah, it's like a tier 2 to 3 deck that's like playable enough. Average Blue Eyes game. Okay, we ranked up with Centurion. Let's look at some other stuff. Let's talk about Blue Eyes. You know, Blue Eyes seems to be very popular right now. Rightfully so, I think. It does get some significant help here. So let's talk about Primite Blue Eyes real quick. Okay, so the Primite engine that you play in this deck are, I think, 3 Ether Barrel. Oh man, it's glossy. I'm so annoyed by that. I hate when it's mismatching. If it was a royal at least. Oh man, I'm tilted. Anyways. You play anywhere between... I've seen people play multiple drill beams. I've seen people play 1. We'll see how much space we have. So let's do... we probably don't need 2 of each, but I'm just slamming cards in for now. True Light, the Trap, Ultimate. I do like Ultimate Fusion. Even though you might not need Ultimate Fusion for the recycling anymore. But I do kind of like it. So, okay, we have Valor, Mausoleum, Dominus, Urge, Maxi. We could play Fuva. Ghost Ogre still seems good right now. Ash Blossom, yes. This deck probably wants Called By for other ashes, right? It is getting a little tight. I don't want to go too far over 40 with this deck. Maybe like 42-3 is fine. I also want to consider Nibiru, which I don't know how good it is in the current format, but I think it's an option. Imperm obviously is also an option, so it's getting a little tight. Anyways, let's finish the extra deck first. So we're gonna play SP. We're gonna play Typhon. We might play... They didn't release Lightstorm, did they? No. Hieratic Seal. Pop, pop, pop. Might play Moonlight for the thingy to tag out into instead of that. And Baron can come up, yeah. I don't want to play the Crimson package. With Ultimate Fusion, I haven't been hating 2 Tyrant and 2 Neo Blue Eyes Ultimate because I just really like spending 1 on my first turn. And then having it available as a play on turn 2 onwards seemed nice to me. We gotta cut down on some hand traps here. Like maybe like that. Maybe we cut the Nib and Fuva. Yeah, that seems nice. Second, Neo Ultimate is meh. You don't need it to make Tyrant. Well, if I don't have Ultimate Fusion, I need it, right? That's a lot of Primite cards. 47 could be another Blue Eyes Enjoyer, so the Ghost Ogre might be nice here. Never mind. Ghost Ogre are still really good, though. Why are you losing every coin toss? Oh, you're new to the stream. Welcome. Hope you enjoy your first Josh stream experience. Please pass, please pass, please pass. Oh my god, no. Why is it Pendulum Slob, man? Why is the first... Yeah. 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 No, I'm not watching that shit. I'm not watching that. I'm not watching that. Electromite can never come back ever. It cannot. It really cannot. All right. This is not the greatest hand. Because it doesn't have great, like, it doesn't have the blue eyes good stuff, really, but I know Valor kind of does work here. I wonder if it's worth... I guess we set Drill Beam here. I'm not sure which one you're supposed to start with, if you have both. Probably Lordly Load. Probably Lordly Load, add Ether Barrel. Actually, no, then you, if you imperm... Nah, Lordly Load, add Drill Beam, but then what is this set? I don't know. It's probably irrelevant. Yeah, I started with Barrel because I was hoping they might imperm it. Well, they did have imperm, they didn't use it. Okay. So I'm pretty sure in this case, you just declare Blue Eyes White Dragon, summon it from deck, make seals, and this way you still end seals plus a live Drill Beam through Imperm, which is actually like genuinely not bad for a mid-range deck. It's completely fine. Yeah. I'm a Drill Beam you. Look at my Ether Barrel. Dude, Drill Beam is a very good interruption, I'm telling you. Drill Beam, like, I think Drill Beam control is like very underrated, which is also why I think like the Primite Fiendsmith could be a thing. What normal do you play in Primate Fiendsmith? So there is White Duston, which is a light fiend. That can also be normal summoned if you draw it. And there's also like, you can also play a level 6 fiend as well. Like Summon Skull or whatever to make rank 6s with. If you have Maiden of White and it's your only play, is it a normal summon into the Link monster angle, or is it just plays True Light angle? It's probably just plays True Light, right? Plays True Light get Wishes, Wishes this card, gets Sage, Especially with a card I want to discard. Can you not ash me, please? I need you to not ash me right now. Thank you. Trap. Sage. I'm okay with getting drolled here. Yeah, that's okay. It's still somewhat annoying. I'm not happy about it. But it's like way better than the alternatives. If I just set Majesty here, I have just the pop from it. If I commit Sage... Because, wait, because right now I cannot fuse with the ultimate fusion, right? Because I don't have a second dragon. But if I normal summon Sage and then make the Link monster, I do have a second dragon. Yeah. If I just revive, it's not, yeah. So we do this, bring back Blue Eyes, even though we don't get the field spell, then we get back Maiden. Do not activate that, because it would send it to grave. This. Special this. Do not forget to equip. This is like the thing I forget the most when I'm playing Blue Eyes is I forget to equip with the wishes here. It happens to me so often. Grand Mark, thank you for the 29. Appreciate that. Thank you. Welcome back. Alright, so we got basically the full setup through Droll and Lockbird here, which is neat. Was that summon number 5? Was that summon number 5? Why am I tripping? Blue Eye. No, I didn't summon 5 times, right? 1, 2, 3, 4. 5. No, 5. It was summon number 5. Yeah. Okay, well, it wasn't Nibiru. Spirit is always summon 5. What if you just roar for Blue Eyes and normal summon effect Veiler, genius? You forgot to put Jet in? No. Santa Claus! Kuri Photon? Hold up. They on some devious stuff. Hold up. Get Max Seed. Dude, it's Christmas early this year. Nice. Useless Imperm. Love that for me. Okay, so it looks like their deck is just Light Fiend the deck. Light Fiend the deck is what we're up against. Can I show this from hand? Ooh, Double Pop has been acquired. I'm not gonna ash that. I'm not scared of no Fiendsmith under Maxi. Nice imperms, dude. Love those for me. What the hell? All right. Didn't even let me show them my blue eyes. Yeah. Eh. Oh. Okay. I am not happy right now. Probably a mirror match, yeah. Well, it's probably best to get rid of the second blue eyes. Or put it in the graveyard, rather. Where's your blue eyes field, Josh? Oh, are you only allowed to play blue eyes if you have all the accessories with it? I didn't know that. That's my bad. That's on me. Oh, equip. Okay, so Blue Eyes Mirror. Seals or Spirit Dragon? Probably Spirit Dragon. But like... No Lightstorm? Yeah, it's a little worse, right? But... Spirit on... not Spirit. Seals bounce True Light can slow them down a lot, I feel like. Depending on... But, yeah. Can this deck get back True Light from Banished? No, right? Primite Ether Barrel. So... So. I feel like Drill Beam on the Link monster is pretty good. I definitely want my Drill Beam to be active. I think I want to tag out. Into bro. Okay. I don't think I negate or Drill Beam this one. It's kind of annoying. It is kind of annoying. If I negate this and Drill Beam their Link monster, I should be fine. Get rid of it. Like, what extends through me Drill Beaming this now, right? It's like, even if they have Hard Draw Maiden to get to True Light, I don't know how much that even does. It would have to be Hard Draw Field Spell, but that would mean they played 2 because they activated it. So, like, they don't have it in hand. Yeah. Yeah. Dude, Drill Beam is so flexible and so powerful. It's like I'm winning, like most of these games I'm winning off of Drill Beam. I'm not even like, it doesn't even matter what I'm playing with it. As long as my Drill Beam is live and I can get to it, I'm chilling. Oh my god, this hand is mega dead into Ash Blossom Fuva. You know what? I'm not even gonna Ash that Fuva. I'm not gonna Ash that Fuva because if I can resolve my wishes, I'm already happy. I might just have to sit on just non-engine for their turn. I'm just gonna go wishes, discard ultimate fusion, and if that resolves, I'm happy. Yeah, see, like, yeah. Look, I know how I know how my game works. All right, I know what's gonna happen. I Ash that Fuva, I'm not able to play anyways, because like the normal summon Veiler into the thingy play was not real anyways. I don't think. I'm just gonna try to hold the Veiler as a potential follow-up play, but oh, see, normally I would Veiler this. But because I'm playing Blue Eyes and Veiler is follow-up, I'm gonna use Imperm here, which is a little risky. There is a world where this play loses me the game, but I think overall it's more. I think it's a more winning play. Okay, well now I'm gonna have to Veiler it. Actually, I could still Ash whatever they add here, but I'm gonna chain Veiler here and just hope I draw a play. Why is Imperm more risky? Because it can be used in the battle phase. So like, let's say they let this Imperm go through, and then they go battle phase, activate Kaiman, I go Ash, they go cross out, I can't Veiler anymore. But I was willing to take that risk because Kaiman is at 1, and I also have I needed it for follow-up. We'll see. Easy clap. It's just that simple. That is also the wrong imperm, buddy. Unless you have another hand trap. Is it really wrong? Absolutely. Yeah, you're supposed to imperm the spirit. The Primite alone doesn't actually do that much. This at least gets me Blue Eyes to attack over their shit. To do some pressure. Also, I'm gonna get this back anyways, right? I can also reset imperm with Tyrant. Like, I'm chilling. It gets you Drill Beam though? Yeah, but without something to reveal. Do you not use the better Blue Eyes art? I don't use the starter deck one because I only have one of it. And that bothers me. No. It might be safer to Ash here, but I don't want them to know I have Ash. Also, I can loop the imperm. Because of exactly this one-of in their deck. This might kill me. Yeah, if I Ash this, I play around that. If I Ash the Dora Dora, I can imperm the Chandra. Actually, if I imperm the Chandra, they just chain to synchro. Actually, no, imperm doesn't save me there either. Because if I imperm the Chandra in the main phase, they can still make the 7. If I imperm the Chandra in battle phase, they chain to go. Oh yeah, let me reset my trap card. That's gonna save me. Dude, why am I still losing to Tenpai? That was also the only card in the entire universe that wins against Ash there. In their deck. This deck needs to be executed, man. It's so cringe, dude. Mugen Man, thank you for the 19 months. Yeah, adding Barrel was definitely necessary. The amount of times I'm drawing Trill Beam True Light is concerning. Does that trigger? Oh my god, it's nasty. Oh my god, they're sick nasty with it. That's crazy. I would find this cool if they weren't most likely ending on some floodgates, which is cringe, but we'll see. Unfortunately for me, I don't think they go for sequence here. I think they just make a rank 6. Like Caesar. Yeah. Oh, M7. Okay. They do go for M7. Because they want to go for sequence. Okay. I think I... Do I imperm this or do I imperm the sequence? Let's imperm the sequence because they have light fiends in their deck. They have light fiends in their deck, so I don't want to... I could also purge the engraver, but I kind of want to hold purge for when I have a trap engrave because it just feels more impactful. Okay. Sure. Why are they not going for sequence? Add a Valmonica monster from your deck to your hand. I wish I could purge that with the thing up. I'll still purge it though. It's unfortunate I don't get the destruction. What's the Primite ratio? 3 barrel, 3 load, 1 beam. Which is why the beam is in hand. Oh, what the hell are these commands, man? Who added these? Hey. You cannot activate the effects of monsters on the field except Valmonica monsters. I think it's a second call by in hand. Oh. Well, it might just be Baguska Pass, which at the moment I cannot beat because my hand is 2 bricks. Yep. How strong is Primite Blue Eyes in competitive? Personally, I think it's a very fun deck that is very strong, but I would probably not bring it to a tournament personally because I just hate how many bricks it plays. But that's more like a personal preference thing rather than the deck is not bad because of it. But like this is, it just doesn't feel good, you know? And it's been like this for the past 5 games. Like, I'm still winning a lot of those games. The deck is good, but it just bothers me that it plays like this. We got 2 options. I can just make Spirit here, or I can use the Maiden to activate the True Light to grab grab the Trap card, which is a pop 2, but then I have just that. Place True Light, Trap. I don't know if Spirit is that good. The pop 2 might be nice. Oh, a Spirit is probably just better. It's probably Spirit. I'll make Spirit. True Light into Roar into Sphere? Nah, I think Spirit is better than having Sphere. Also, this way, I guess there's a slight advantage that they don't know that this is True Light, so they might play around Imperm. Why do we equip Neo Ultimate Dragon? Because it has a graveyard effect. When a card or effect is activated that targets a Blue Eyes monster you control, you can banish this card from your grave, negate the activation, and if you do, destroy that card. So it's just a neat little bonus. Also, banishing this is good, because then you can set another one with True Light for follow-up. Because True Light sets a Blue Eyes spell trap that you don't already have on the field or in the graveyard. Stand Up and Ghost Ogre is so risky. If they have Emblem Oath, I'm gonna cry. Oh, if they have Emblem Oath, I'm gonna cry. I'm just gonna Ghost Ogre the thing on the field, dude. It's safer. It's safer to just Ghost Ogre the Primera. It's nice not seeing Snake Eyes. It is very nice. It is very nice. The deck is definitely not dead yet. But it is very nice for a change to not see as much Snake Eyes. Or not any yet. It's like the most toxic thing we've run into today is like Valmonica floodgating us, which wasn't pleasant, but if that's the most annoying thing you face, then it's actually like a good sign, you know? And the Pendulum Slop deck. Yeah, the Pendulum Slop deck was pretty annoying. They do have Emblema. Okay. I have a feeling they might have Called by the Grave, but so what? How does that combo for them? Trodea into Atri, I guess, does do it. Let's use it. And just get the Omni. Nice, no Called by is good. Does Yubel even play Lacrima Fusion now that they have both Aerial Eater and Necroquip? Probably yes. Probably yes. Wait, another Primera? That threatens nothing. Okay. They have Trodea as a normal summon. Yeah, if this was Atri, that would have actually been pretty good. Purge is now cuttable. What do you mean by cuttable? Like, why would you want to cut Purge? Purge is a really good card. Okay, well. Is Purge or Impulse played more in the TCG? Right now, I think Dominus Impulse is played more. Oh my god. Trill Beam is a nasty draw here. Oh my. Jesus Christ. Impulse is more popular in TCG because of Mermail and Malice. They can both play it. There's not that many Purge decks. I mean, Blue Eyes plays Purge, basically. Not many other decks do. Why didn't they shotgun the pop 2? Because that's not how Yu-Gi-Oh works. It's my turn, so I'm the first one to do something in main phase. That's why I played it this way, to set up the Baron as first action. Alright, they let us go first. So it is probably Tenpai. This hand is pretty decent against Tenpai. If we can actually resolve. It's... yeah. Oh. Wait, they let us go first, right? With 44 cards? What does that mean? What does that mean? Do I discard Drill Beam because it's the worst one if I don't get to combo? Because the other three are all kind of good. Like, Purge and Ash are really strong cards. And Valor is like my backup normal summon in case this goes wrong. Yeah. Now that I resolved this, I wish I kept the Drill Beam, but I can't know that, of course. Isn't Drill Beam a free discard? Only if you have Primite cards, which I don't. Old Charmy Fuvalos. I'll ash that. Prime, think of it as 6 months. We're gonna be learning Memento next week. I mean, I have the fundamentals for the deck, but I'm not like good with it. We're gonna be trying to learn Memento next week. It is a deck that I'm very interested in. I think it's very fun. And it's like, I don't know, I feel like Memento, to an extent, to me, it feels more fair as a combo deck because it's so difficult. It's hard for me to put it into words, but I feel like when I'm losing to someone who's playing Memento really well, it feels more like they've earned it compared to like doing a broken U-Bell combo or Snake Eye combo. And I feel like there's more people messing up with Memento and it actually loses them games. That's how I feel sometimes. Okay, blind second, but with Primite cards in the mix. I'm gonna use this because it puts a trap in the grave for my Purge. So let's say they go Sage next if it is Blue Eyes. I can Purge it and pop it as well. Oh, okay. I mean, guys, that's a typical Blue Eyes opener. What do you mean? That's what happens. All right, let's get the White Lightning attack finish in here. Let's go. It does feel good. So what was their deck? Blind second Blue Eyes, or they just timed out in the thing? Okay. I'll be right back. Give me a second. All right, just grab me some food. All right, let's try and rank up with Blue Eyes, and then we'll build the Fiendsmith deck. Finally, a wishes that won't be ashed. Thoughts on Linkariba reprint in TCG but not getting removed from the recent ban list? You guys need to calm down about Nostalgia Pool reprints. Like, Royal Oppression was in that Nostalgia Pool, okay? Royal Oppression. Like the Rarity Collection reprints mean nothing in regards to the ban list. Literally nothing. And that's a good thing, by the way. It's a good thing they're finally like willing to bring back, to reprint like banned cards. Okay. This is very annoying. If I wishes now and discard my Blue Eyes, I can't activate my Drill Beam. I'm probably it's probably wishes discard called by, to be honest. Wishes discard called by, search the Majesty Trap. You have Lowly Load? Yeah, but I want to make seals with that. I want to make seals with the thingy. I know what the card does, but I wanna make seals with it. Like if I discard the Blue Eyes instead of the called by, I have my Drill Beam is not live immediately. I have to wait until I use my seals and tag out into another Blue Eyes, then I can use the Drill Beam, which makes it very weak into something like Lightning Storm. That's very annoying. Okay, thank God it's not Tenpai. I'm kind of tempted to Drill Beam. I'm tempted to Drill Beam because taking away the search and the normal summon feels very good to me. Can they cross out this? I mean, they could, but if they only play one Drill Beam, they'd be out of Drill Beam for the rest of the game, which could potentially be a big deal if we enter a grind game. This does not trigger on special, unfortunately, but like That's fine. Get those out of there. I don't want to draw them anymore. Better than just letting them run over my thing, or I also don't want to bounce back the Magna. Primate Roar. Okay. I'm not going to get back this Primate because I don't have the Blue Eyes in the graveyard because they banished it, but that's okay. I'll just grab another one. Yeah, we win those. All right. Ranked up with Centurion, now ranked up with Blue Eyes. Now, we're doing something a little bit more experimental. I'll show you the deck list real quick for people that are interested. I'm sure there's improvements you can make, but I think it's a solid baseline to start with. It's pretty solid. I just don't enjoy drawing True Light, Ultimate Fusion sometimes, Drill Beam sometimes, Mausoleum, Blue Eyes. It's like some hands they're okay, some hands they suck, so yeah. But this deck's pretty cool. What would you cut for Nib? If you want to cut Nib, if you want to play Nib, I think just the Ultimate Fusion is not mandatory. Like, even in those games, it didn't do much for us. You could cut the Ultimate Fusion, just play 1 or 2 Nibs. Make it 43, I think is fine. I think it's okay. Is Fuva good? Fuva is fine. It's just going first, it's more quote-unquote bricks. So I don't love it in this deck, but going second, it's still strong, of course. Depends on the format. Okay, let's do some Fiendsmith Primite. So, okay, how would this work? We would be playing this. We would be playing at least one Drill Beam. We'd be playing... Oops, can't spell. Fiendsmith. Play... Maybe Sanct. I don't know. And then White Dust on. Maybe Summon Skull. And then... might still want to play Closed Heaven. And... gonna play Caesar. M7. Lars. Zeus. Typhon. Necroquip. SP Lil Knight. Okay. Why Skull over Driver? Because technically Skull can make Caesar. I don't know how relevant that is. We need another engine, Bestials or Cash. So I was planning on using Dominus Purge in this because it's supposed to be a deck with a lot of hand traps, which means we could still play a Cash Tira package in it. Like, so that would be possible. We need Lurie. We might also just get away with one vanilla. We might not even need both. Let's play 2 Drill Beams. Let's play Imperm. Baylor. It might be 3 tracks. Yeah, just more engine. Valor, Ash. Maxi. Nibiru seems very good in this concept. And Ghost Ogre. This seems like a pretty scary deck to go up against. This feels fine. It could play called by because the opponent's maxis are a little annoying. Maybe let's try without Summon Skull, okay? I know the Summon Skull idea is kind of cool, but let's try 41 without Summon Skull so we don't have that many vanillas. I do think the Kashtira package is something you could take out as well, but I think I want to keep it for now. And then I don't think you want Primite Roar. Pay 2,000, declare noble monster name. And no special summon. It is a pretty good disruption though. If your opponent normal summons a monster, you can banish this card from your grave, then target a normal monster you control or in your grave. Banish a monster from the field with less attack than that monster. But then you would have to play the Summon Skull. I don't get the concept behind the White Dust on. Light Fiend. Yeah, you know what? Let's try the Primate Roar Summon Skull without Kashtira for now. Hold up. Let's actually make it like the pure experience. Summon Skull, 2 Drill Beam, 1 Primate Roar. Called by... You have room for everything in this instance. We can't Requiem if we summon the Dust on offload. Yeah, I think that's why we need the Primate Roar. I think that's why the Primate Roar is here, because that does not lock you. Okay. One Magna seems kind of nice. It does conflict with Purge a little bit, but if you do go second and you have it, you can just use it first and then Purge later, I suppose. So yeah, I don't hate the idea of playing a Magna Mood. Maybe you play 2 Nibs. Let's play a Goddess, because we play the Closed Heaven as well. Sure. Alright, let's mess around with this. Chaos Angel? Without Lacrima, it's not that easy to make Chaos Angel in this, is there? Is there an easy way to do it? I don't think so. Sounds good. Okay, that's annoying. Sure. Dude, A tier maxi. A tier maxi. S tier even. You know what? I think that's probably correct to use the Primate Dragon here. Because it just puts a Light Fiend in the grave. And it adds itself back anyways. This is Drill Beam Turbo? It's a little bit, yeah. It is a little bit Drill Beam Turbo. Which is cool though. I'm not gonna Ash that. I think I'll just Drill Beam the Engraver. I'm just like, I'm letting them do this because like the more they summon, the better it is for my Nibiru. Just tuned in. Why is there a Summon Skull on the board? Don't question it, alright? Don't question the ways of the Primate. Ooh. No. Uh-oh. Bro, it's gifted. Well. The last card in hand. Engraver. That's fine. Is it fine, actually? That's pretty good. That's a weird one to add, isn't it? It makes sense. No, it doesn't. Nibbing this doesn't do anything, because if I Nibiru here, they just shuffle it back for Engraver and make it again. Duke of Demise line. Oh, is Duke of Demise on summon or? Oh no. But it's probably still better for me to nib after, right? So like they normal summon. Unless they priority the thingy. Do you think they'll priority the Sword Knight? You think they got the technology for that? Okay, I know all their cards. If I Nibiru here, what happens? They have a fusion. They can add back, bring back Engraver. They can still do some things. Eh. Sword negates Nib if you let them summon it. That is not how a sword works. Okay, they did not shotgun it. That's good. They did not toggle. Duke of Demise is actually quite big for this deck. Oh, very annoying. So they'll pop both of my cards. I do have follow-up guaranteed though, so as long as I don't die, maybe I'm fine, but it's scary here. I don't know what they could draw to extend though. Okay. Dude, SP Banish Ether Barrel was actually quite strong there. I don't know if I care about this. Not really. I don't think. Actually, it's quite good to pop the Lordly Load. I'm gonna... Oh, they don't do that. Okay. Yeah, you should have waited for the Lordly Load, but okay. Well, we'll find out. So if I add Primite Drill Beam, can I make it live this turn? Not really. Unless I could activate load, bring back Summon Skull, but that would be all I have. Isn't it live with Barrel on field? No, it's a normal monster. It's a normal monster or a level 5 or higher Primite. Well, I still think it's always drill beam. So I'm gonna attack this most likely, so it doesn't stop my thing. Actually, I could have gone Primate Roar. Okay. I'm gonna lose my Ether Barrel here because I'm gonna attack the Azaroon. They don't pop it. Okay, that's heads up in case I have the thing. Do we have anything to revive? They have they do have something to revive, yeah. Imagine they had follow-up Maxi here. Been kind of crazy. So we're gonna make Lacrima here. Get back this. Get back Lurie. Since when do you have that royal? What sequence? Forever. Like a long time ago. Special Engraver. This? Oh, track. I'm gonna SP to banish the Chimera Fusion. I think I care more about that than I care about the Engraver. It is the second Engraver, but I can add it back with Duke of Demise, potentially. Also, I can Drill Beam it again. Then I can still bring back Engraver. Shuffle back the sequence. Why Summon Skull? It's just the biggest level 6 Fiend vanilla, I think. That's why this deck plays Summon Skull. Also, it's freaking cool, but it's you want it to be a Fiend so you can sometimes, at the end of your combo, for some reason, let's say I didn't have 2 level 6s here, I could use Load to special Summon Skull and make Caesar with it. That's why. That's why it being a Fiend is nice, even though it is not a light Fiend, unfortunately. But like, that's what you sometimes want to do with it. And it's just the biggest one. Or if you want to leave Necroquip on the field, yeah. If I didn't shuffle back my sequence, what I could do is I could equip the Engraver with the thing. And then, you know, do that. Like I could keep the Necroquip, loadly load to summon Skull. And then make Caesar with the thingy. Alright, so we're gonna make Caesar. in this instance. And now we're going to use Lordly Load to get ourselves a vanilla for the drill beam to activate. Probably better if I do Summon Skull again. And then the drill beam in my hand is live to get that Duke of Demise out of here again. And the set drill beam is also live because I have a Summon Skull hanging around. Why does this deck work? Why would this deck not work? It's not a bad concept. It is not a bad concept whatsoever. Like this is a working concept, I'm telling you. I don't know exactly how good it is, but it's a working concept. It's just Fiendsmith and Primite, which are two very high quality grindy engines paired with a lot of non-engine space for hand traps. Like it's a completely fine deck. It's a little weird. It's a little like out of the, you know, out of the box, but it's definitely a working concept. Have you played TCG post ban list? Dude, I wanted to go to locals on Tuesday and they just stopped doing locals on Tuesdays. Well, I'm going to go on Saturday. I'm going to go on Saturday and I haven't decided yet what I'm playing, but it's like extra weird because I don't know how many of you remember, but I think I've talked about this already. I thought about like changing my streaming schedule so that Tuesday is my off day so I can go to locals more often. And now they just don't do locals on Tuesday anymore. So it changes all the things I wanted to like do. So I'm probably not gonna do that. I'm probably not gonna change my streaming schedule, at least not for Tuesday. I might do a different kind of switch up. We'll see. Did you call them or did you go there and find out the hard way? I'm in there's a WhatsApp chat for it, so I did not go there. Luckily, I did not unnecessarily show up. Okay, this hand we want to start with the Primite Roar. White Dust On has been declared. Special summon White Dust On. Make Requiem. Engraver. Here I think the Ether Barrel is just going to be the second body. Necroquip. Set Lordly Load. Gonna activate Lordly Load and add. I'm probably gonna add another Ether Barrel because that way my Drill Beam is live to negate a potential imperm that they might be holding for sequence. Because unfortunately you cannot reveal one Drill Beam for another Drill Beam. So I'm just gonna grab an Ether Barrel. Yep. Then just gonna make sequence. Sequence is gonna make Lacrima, which shuffles back the White Dust On. We might have to see if that's a problem or not in the long run. Doesn't it need level 5 or higher? In terms of the... No, right? No, it's just if you control a level 5 or higher, then... Okay, so I want to... What do I want to end on? I think it's SP Little Knight with these two. Bring back Engraver, make Caesar, then Lordly Load to put... Do I need to put... Don't need to put... I don't need to put a vanilla in rotation, but it is kind of nice if I do. It does play into Nibiru a little bit, because once you use Lordly Load, you can't negate the Nibiru anymore. If I played it, I could make Appaloosa here. I could make Appaloosa, bring back Engraver, activate Load, bring out Summon Skull, make Caesar. That way it'd be Caesar plus Appaloosa plus Drill Beam, which is a respectable end board, I think. Or you still couldn't negate Nib? Yeah, you would still be weak to Nibiru. Yeah, that's true. You would still be weak to Nibiru. Well, I mean, weak to Nibiru in the sense that, like, you would lose the board, but you would still have... You would still have Drill Beam Purge called by... Okay, so this is SP Caesar Purge called by Drill Beam and Roar in the Graveyard to banish a normal summon. Which is quite solid, I feel like. Goodbye. That Roar effect is pretty nice. Yeah, they have, like, Primite cards have very nice interruptions on the opponent's turn. Do I purge this? No, I don't think so. Let's find out if the Drill Beam is live or not. Maiden of White. I'm a called by that. Keep. Can they attack with what they summon? They can attack with what they summon. Oh, but it's in defense position. Okay, what? Fine then. Yeah, it summons in defense, of course. That's fine then. And now they can't activate special summon monsters anymore. Okay, Typhon. I'm probably gonna have to Drill Beam in the battle phase. Which maybe they saved their Drill Beam for my Drill Beam. But I do play multiple Drill Beams, so that'd be okay. Oh, they're attacking my Summon Skull. That does not turn off my Drill Beam. Yeah, I don't care about this. That is the one card on my field I don't care about. Alright, set one. Is that the Drill Beam or is it not the Drill Beam? I guess. If I end phase Drill Beam, I guess that's the mind game. I might just hold my drill beam for their drill beam, but we're beaming. Okay, my only engraver is under Caesar, which is a little bit of an issue here. I'll set another Lordly Load. This deck's gameplay is very fun. I like it. I like it a lot, actually. Okay, Majesty is gonna work. Sure. 2 blue eyes. Okay, that's annoying. Ooh, they popped my Caesar. Get me back my Fiendsmith. Okay, cool. Not gonna do that. Gonna activate Drill Beam to reset. Then activate Engraver. The problem here is that my SP is blocking the extra monster zone, and I don't really want to free it up right now. Especially because I know that their drill beam is live, right? I know that their drill beam is live, so I might just smack him for 53 right now. And then Lordly Load the Summon Skull again. And then I can make another rank 6, which would be Lars or M7. Well, M7 doesn't do anything. Lars. It would be Lars. Okay. Couldn't you chain SP to the trap then? I could have chained SP to the trap, but then I'm doing significantly less damage. But I could have done that. Also, the problem is SP is my counter to their drill beam, right? If they try to drill beam my engraver now, I can save it with the SP. Yeah, I changed my mind. I think the Summon Skull is necessary in this deck. I don't think you can do without it. Like, you just need this sort of... Like, the rank 6 potential with it is huge. Like, we can't use the Lars this turn. So if they want to banish it with Drill Beam now, they can. But, like, forcing the Drill Beam in this turn is important. Is there a level 6 Light Fiend? There is not. Otherwise, we would play that, of course. But there is no Light Fiend level 6, unfortunately. Normal. Isn't Lars untargetable? Only by monster effects. Do I have a trap in the graveyard? I do not have a trap in the grave. But I think... SP onto the Sage? Is that good? Okay, so our drill beams, they check each other, right? Like, I'm checking my... whoever activates the drill beam first loses their drill beam forever, right? So I kind of don't want to start with drill beam, because normally that would be the best possible answer here. Just drill beam the Sage, get the search out of the way, and the link material. But I think it's SP to banish the... I could actually use both of these on it if I wanted to. But I think I'm just gonna be happy with getting rid of the body for now. It's a drill beam stare down. We can still Lars if they... We could drill beam... We could Lars the drill beam, but I think they have imperm. So it's like... That... I'm kind of like counting on my Lars just being checked. Oh. I'm not unhappy about them locking themselves by doing this. Yeah. I'll allow it. Blue Eyes in defense. Not even getting a maiden back, I think is fine here. That is not what I anticipated them doing next. No, the Lord summons in defense, which is a big deal here. Now they activate Maiden. I thought that was going to be the order for sure. Okay. I was hoping they would go for wishes so my Purge has a target. Gonna purge that with the quickness. And now we win the exchange. If this is imperm, they chain imperm on Lars. I Lars the imperm. They drill beam the Lars. I drill beam the drill beam. That's why they have to let this purge go through. Even if this is imperm or drill beam. Like they can't drill beam my purge because then I drill beam the drill beam. They can make Tyrant, however. But the Tyrant at least can't activate because they used Lordly Load. You can't imperm Lars? You can imperm Lars. It's just untargetable by monster effects, guys. It's just monster effects that can't target Lars. Alright, now if they have imperm... if they have imperm plus drill beam, they're gonna win this exchange. Oh, never mind. I'm stupid. Oh, God. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, that might be a game-losing throw right now. We'll see. Because I got no Light Fiends for Engraver right now. Yeah, that might lose me the game. Because I wasted my drill beam here. That was pretty bad. I forgot about that. But that's a good thing. You know, losing to these sort of small things is a very good thing. That's why this matchup is very fun right now. Yeah, they drill beam my drill beam now. Oh, they drill beam the Lars? Okay. Sure. I guess they can... They cannot reset it though. Because they don't have a Primite right now. Okay. Interesting. Maybe it's a second drill beam? Oh, we'll find out. If you didn't drill beam, what would you do? You would just let it happen. You would just have to let it happen. It's unfortunately the case there, I think. Okay. So this does nothing. If they're going to chain True Light to this, right? They're going to chain True Light to bring back Blue Eyes to get a pop. So I can just Drill Beam the True Light. Yeah. It's always the second Drill Beam that gets them. Dude, this is like the 4th Drill Beam of this game. 10th if you include theirs, I don't know. Where did they mess up? I think they did not need to use their Drill Beam last turn. They should have let their Drill Beam set as a counter to my potential plays this turn. I think that was the mistake, I think. Still not over though, but I probably. Drill Beamception, dude. We're gonna have to go through Moon here, I think. I think Fiendsmith is the way we win this game from here. Send White Dust on. Ooh, I could have also done that. I could have gone. That was an interesting approach, actually. Kind of low on time here. But isn't it just game if I just attack the Sage and then I Lacrima Burn? I'm overthinking it, right? They can't stop the attack on this, right? Yeah, I'm overthinking right now. I mean, we're also winning this if they're on 8,000 life points here, but like just to... Because I am a little low on timer. Yeah. Whew, that was a good one. Even though we did mess up in that one interaction because I forgot about the Blue Eyes Fusion's graveyard effect. That was a very nice game. I like that. I like that. This deck, I think this deck is very fun. The extra deck might need some work. We might need some more utility in here. Maybe some Appaloosa. Maybe even some more rank 6s potentially could be nice. I don't know what else there is, but very nice. You're going first. Okay, Tenpai, I think, is a difficult matchup for this deck. Unless we can find Dominus Purge, Ash Blossom type stuff a lot. I mean, Drill Beam is good in this matchup. Okay, so. This hand is technically very good. Especially because they play into my second copy of Ash. Because this hand is Fiendsmith combo plus Drill Beam at the end. Which is very nice. Let's see if we can pull it off. So Lordly Load for Primite Roar. And then Primite Roar into White Dust on. And then Ether Barrel into Drill Beam. Right? White Dust on. Is Purge mandatory for this? I would say so, yeah. I would say so. for this exact concept, Purge is a very high quality card. Because this deck wants to have very powerful non-engine, and Purge has like no... Like, it's so synergistic with this deck that, like, yeah, you should be playing. So I could Necroquip here, but it's no real point. Let's go Ether Barrel. Sequence. There's no point to go Necrocrypt there. How do you counter Nib in this deck? Well, the idea is basically that you try to threaten a Caesar at some point in your combo, and then if they have Nib, they probably do it there. Okay, belling the sequence here is pretty strong for them. Put the Requiem back. Put the Dust on back. If I put the Dust on back, could end on Necroquip. Necroquip plus Summon Skull would be my end board. Necroquip plus Summon Skull is probably fine. Isn't it quite easy to get Caesar? It is not that difficult to get Caesar, yeah. But like, the problem is very often with this deck, you're going to want to use the Lordly Low to summon out Summon Skull at the end of the combo, and then you cannot negate the Nibiru anymore. Alright, bro is gifted once again with all kinds of interactions. Fine. Alright, we got Drill Beam, Ash Ogre. And we've got Primate Roar in the graveyard, so... Hope that's enough. Tundra. Primate Roar effect. I guarantee you they did not know what this card did. Goodbye, Tundra. Dude. Maxi, Ghost Bell, Dominus Impulse. One of Chandra, one of Kaiman, still loses. What the actual... Jesus. Yeah, that's right. That's right. Get out of here. Get out of my game. Did we even need to ash that? No, but I wanted to. We could have also drill beamed it. Can you explain the difference in how triggers and quick effects work in TCG and in Master Duel OCG? The only difference is on hand triggers. Like, if a card has an effect that triggers in hand, in the TCG, it is always... it works exactly like a trigger effect should, quote unquote. Whereas in OCG and Master Duel, hand effect triggers work like... They work like... quick effect. So... For example, Garunix in Fire King works like a quick effect in Master Duel. Like the card is destroyed, and then on a new chain after, trigger effects happen, and then Garunix goes on the chain after that. With this hand, I had to decide between Fiendsmith and Primite, but both of them don't care about Troll, so that's cool. I decided for Fiendsmith because it puts on more pressure in the long run. Do you always have to type it? Yeah. With Primite Roar you do, with Lordly Load you don't. Because with Lordly Load, you can only declare stuff that you have in your deck. So it just shows you the available options. With Roar, you can technically declare any monster card name, right? Of a normal monster. So it makes you type it. Because you could call Dark Magician even if it's not in your deck. So they're not showing you a list of all normal monsters. So in TCG, you can use Ponix and Garunix in the same chain, or did I misunderstand? That is not the same thing. The reason for that is a different one. That is just a rule that, like, triggers that summon themselves from hand, you can't use two of them in the same chain. That has nothing to do with how triggers work. That's just a ruling on triggers. Maxi and Droll, 44 card deck. Lars or Caesar? Lars or Caesar? Let's go Caesar. And then we Lordly Load for the Summon Skull. Because the reason why we summon this out is because it makes the Primate Roar Graveyard effect live to banish their normal summon. So you can't use two different bestials in the same chain. Those are not triggers. That is not the same. No, that is quick effects. That ruling is only for triggers. Deck is nice. I like it. Do you cut the Summon Skull once the 2k level 4 Light Vanilla comes out? In this particular deck, probably not, because the ability to make a rank 6 with it seems relevant to me. But, oh no, 2 Tracked and Lurie is not great. 2 Tracked and Lurie is not great, dude. We might not need this many tracts in this deck, because we can access the Fiendsmith part through the Primite cards, so I don't actually think we need 3 tracts. I'm not sure if I had to maybe ash the Benkei, but can we play 1 Sanct in this deck? You could. I don't know if you want to, but you could. Can this work in TCG? Absolutely. It was a thing in TCG. Like, I've seen people mess around with it. I'll ash this one. Are the Primite traps any good? If I remember correctly, then they are not bad, but they, like, they don't They don't really work in like the splashed versions of the deck. Yeah, nice. I love when a deck just outplays Nibiru like it's nothing. That's very healthy. Is it even worth using Nibiru here? Like, it just changes the Savage for a token that they can use for link climbing. I'll just nib at like when they end their main phase. And then I'll force the negate, because it's just one negate. They will have Baron as well. Yeah, but both of them are once per, like, while the card's on the field negates, right? So it's like, if I force one of the two negates with the nib, it's fine. But yeah, what do you want me to do about it? Like, the first time I could nib was on the summon of Savage, which at this point, if I just give them a token instead of the Savage, they are gonna link that off and do something with it. While the Savage has the negate, they can't link it off. So I'm just gonna force the Savage negate at the end when they're done, and it's the same result with the difference that the Savage was basically a sitting duck the entire time. Instead of just being able to use it as a link fodder. Oh god. What a great deck to lose the coin toss to and only open 2 hand traps. That's my mistake, to be honest. I should have opened more. My deck does play like 20, but hey. Cringe behavior. All those cards are banned. Literally. All those cards are banned in the good format. Every single one. And they were gonna summon more. Like, they were gonna summon Appaloosa, maybe Sprite Elf, whatever. Like, they were gonna use at least 7 or 8 cards that should be banned and are banned in the better format. It's actually insane. Oh, this hand kind of nice. Dude, Labyrinth. Ghost Ogre is so bad against Labyrinth that I'm considering just Ghost Ogring and imperming this Ariana right now. Just in case they have like a big welcome. They don't like, yeah, I think I do that. I think Ghost Ogre is terrible against Lab. So I'll just do it. It doesn't get better than that. Now give me something to activate Drill Beam with. A Primite would be nice. Okay, I'll you know what? It's not the best, but it does counter Maxi, so that's alright. Go, Fabled Lurry! Actually go and do a combo. So you actually Baroned Ariana? I did Baron Ariana. It's just not on a 3k body. It's not on a 3k body, and it's not gonna like tag out in the standby phase into a revive, and does not have a pop as well. Alright, bro, chill. Ash is dead. Oh yeah, no, Ash is dead. Yeah. I forgot I used Purge on from hand. That's well. Then I should have probably gone Caesar. Dude, I felt so good about myself. I was so happy. I was so happy. I mean, the Zeus is still good. Yeah, I'm not mad about the Zeus. It's just, it should have been a 4 material Zeus or a Caesar. I think they forgot that my Ash was negated too. Very funny. See, guys, I'm a step ahead of all y'all. I played around them top decking something that's very weak to Ash Blossom, and I predicted that they weren't gonna do it. Maybe they just didn't draw a trap card, which would be very lucky. Also, I'm gonna normal summon this Ash Blossom now to make sequence, which is very important here, actually. So they can still bounce their own Typhon to reset the Welcome Lab in the graveyard in the long run. So their follow-up here is not bad. If they realize they can do that. Yeah, of course. That frees the Big Welcome from the graveyard for me, which is good. Yeah, so that sets that. I wish I had access to the Primite stuff here. It'd be so good. Do I go with Desiree? Desiree ruins my Fiendsmith follow-up forever. I don't think I can do that. I think it's just Caesar. It might also just be game if they have nothing. I'm just trying to think if, like, if they have nothing here, this is just game. But, like, I'm trying to think if there is, like... The card in their hand is clearly a monster, so I was playing around the possibility of it being Lady Labyrinth or something. But yeah. Okay. Dude, I want to say one thing. Even though the current Master Duel format, I think, is absolutely worse than the TCG, this newest pack has definitely made it way more fun for me. Maybe it's just the first day and because no one's playing Snake Eye right now. But, like, the new decks, right? All the stuff that's, like, enabled by the new pack is, like, a lot more fun to play and play against, right? Like, Blue Eyes, Centurion, even Memento, Fiendsmith with Necroquip is now finally something you can play as a control strategy. Like, I'm just having so much more fun today than before this pack, right? And before this update and before the Beatrice ban. So, even though the TCG is looking hella hype right now, Master Duel is also getting better. We're going to work on this deck. I like this concept a lot. It's a lot of fun. I think we could take out maybe one Drill Beam and one Tract and play some more non-engine. That'd be neat, I think. But yeah, for now, that's going to be it for today. We're going to be learning Memento. I think Memento is going to take a full stream on its own because it's, like, so much more difficult than these decks. But for now, I hope you enjoyed the gameplay with the new pack. I definitely had a a great time today. So thank you for tuning in. Thank you for watching. Hope you enjoyed the stream. Thank you for all your support. I'm going to be sending you somewhere. Let me see. Who haven't I rated in a while? I'll send you guys over to Mr. Lampy right now. So I hope you guys enjoy Lampy's stream. Hope you guys have a wonderful rest of your week. Wonderful start to your weekend. I'll see you guys next time. Thank you for watching. Hope you enjoyed the stream. And yeah, bye-bye, everybody. Peace.